Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Session 10. It's our Monday morning heats, the final day of our 25-26 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships.
Please welcome our technical officials to pool deck. Introducing our technical director, Heather O'Connor. Our referee for the men's event, Don Alchin. And for the women's event, Emmy Simsick. Our starter for the men's event, Harold Gustoff. And for the women's event, Margaret Arnold. Our technical officials are invited to be seated. First event on this morning's program is event 186, the boys 16 years 400 metre individual medley time final.
So in the water, we do have our timed final for the 400 individual medley 16-year-olds. That means our fastest 10 entries into this event will be racing this evening with our final session, but it doesn't mean we can't necessarily see some medal winners or certainly some top 10 place getters racing in the pool right now.
As we make our way down this opening 50, it is Keegan who leads through, ahead of Ben Merilis and Hamish Evans sitting in third place.
We saw quite a lot of 400 IMs on our program for last night's finals. There is obviously that little bit of extra strategy or tactics that come into play within this event and this race. We are looking for a little bit more of a energy conservation out of the 2 laps of butterfly. Probably one of the more difficult things to do is put together a fast 100 without overusing the arms and legs before we move into the middle 2 100s where we start to build through. We want to see the work happen there and the fitness shine down the last 100 of freestyle.
So Keegan continues to lead through this opening 100s. After a really strong butterfly leg. As we move into this backstroke leg, though, it is Daniel Atkinson who's taken control. Our swimmer from the Oasis Otter Swimming Club is putting together a really strong opening 50 of backstroke.
Now, as we look at the program for tonight's final, I'm just taking a bit of an idea of the times. To sit within the top 10 qualifiers, you had to be around that 4:54 mark or under, so these guys will be trying to break that. A couple of them come in with entry times fairly close. Hamish Evans in lane 4, he sits at a 4:55, as does Daniel Atkinson. As we look to the field now, and Ben Merilis really solidifying this backstroke as his own. He's taken off with the lead. He now holds it ahead of Keegan Coulter in lane 3, and it's Anjay Lamb also making a little bit of a move throughout this lap.
So our 16-year-old boys will be looking for a national qualifying time of 5:00:12. So as well as trying to post a really strong time for that heat that is being swum in the final session, some of these boys are looking to swim underneath that 5-minute barrier to collect their national time for the championships on the Gold Coast next year at the start of April.
And also just a great accomplishment ticking off into that 4-minute section. If you look up and see the 4 at the start, that you know you've done a PB, you know you've done really well. As we look at our breaststrokers in the centre of the pool, they are starting to make their way back into this race. The first 50 is completed, and at this point, Ben Merilis just maintains that lead over Keegan Coulter with Anjay Lamb in third, but now Hamish Evans only less than 2 seconds behind, and following him onto the wall was Daniel Atkinson, so they've closed that gap quite substantially already.
So Keegan has retaken the lead here in this breaststroke. He moves ahead of Ben and extends away in this final 25, but making a huge move in this second 50 of breaststroke is Hamish Evans. He's moved from 5th all the way up into 3rd place. And he's actually going to touch 2nd behind Keegan. So Keegan's retaken that lead. A really strong 100 of breaststroke from Hamish Evans moves him into 2nd place, with Anjay and Ben battling behind.
And once again, though, those minor placings within this heat just swapping and changing a little bit. It was Hamish onto the wall in front of Ben Merrilees, who's now started to move up again. So he's pushed his way into 2nd. But what a swim this has been from Keegan Coulter. He really started to shift through in each 100, switching it on a little bit more. And he's really got the lead quite substantially as he comes down to that final 50. A 34-second split. Ben Merrilees a little bit quicker than him, splitting a 33. I don't know if he's going to quite have enough left in the tank to catch back up to Keegan Coulter, though, as they come down with 25 metres left to swim.
So we saw Keegan leading after the butterfly. The field did catch him in the middle portion, but then towards that end of the breaststroke, he stamped his authority once again and put together a really strong freestyle leg to take out this second timed final in a 4:52.94. Ben in 2nd and Daniel in 3rd.
In the water now, we have the second of our timed finals. For the 16-year-old boys 400-metre individual medley, just the 3 athletes across this field in Joshua, William and Dax. All of these boys sitting around 5:07 to 5:09 on qualifying, and we've just seen a few of the boys in the previous time final drop off a little bit this morning. So even though we are on one of our latest sessions of this competition, we're still seeing some fast swims.
And it is Joshua Fitzgerald who gets out nice and strongly, taking the lead ahead of William, and Dax sitting in 3rd place through that opening 50. Joshua and William going head-to-head down this second 50 of our butterfly, with our Hobart aquatic athlete in William taking the lead for the final 15 metres before they head into the backstroke.
In the previous race, we saw another one of our visitors take that one out, and it's looking like it will be our visitor from Hobart who turns in first by about half a second into the backstroke ahead of Joshua in lane 3, the swimmer from Warrnambool. And then just sitting back a little bit further is Dax, but I do know that breaststroke is one of his stronger portions of this swim, so we will expect to see him try to lift through that third 100.
So as William makes his way through this opening 50 of backstroke, he's slightly extended his lead over Joshua, managing to keep that opening 50 of backstroke under the 40-second mark. He's doing a really good job of keeping his arm tempo up nice and high, sitting in a good body position in the water, nice and high. His chest staying dry, rotating those shoulders, looking powerful.
Yeah, Williams certainly going out after this 400 IM as we come into the halfway point. He will lead us through on the touch there. The time 2:23.47 ahead of Josh, 2:26.73 with Dax still sitting in that third place spot. A little bit of ground for him to make up if he can in the next 4 laps remaining in our 400 IM.
So as we begin the breaststroke, William maintains his 2 body length lead over Joshua through this opening 25. And you can see Dax Conhetti starting to creep up now. So he has a bit of a gap to make up, but he's making some inroads in that first 25 of breaststroke.
Yes, I'll certainly be curious to see the splits come up from this first 50 of breaststroke on our scoreboard, as it will be William who holds on to the lead. Josh a little bit faster through the breaststroke than him, 46 for William, 44 for Josh. And then Dax turns and he's split there of 41. So he has the capability of making up about 3 seconds on these boys, and he's currently sitting about 7 behind, so he's going to have to really get a wiggle on if he wants to join our lead 2.
And it does look like our lead 2 are going to be turning into that last 100 almost together, because Joshua Fitzgerald continues to make some ground up on this second 50 over William. So our athlete from Warrnambool is coming up alongside William as they make their way through this breaststroke to freestyle turn together.
And almost exactly together as well on that touch. Just 1/100th of a second separated them. William, with the better of the underwaters, pulled himself out about half a body length ahead of Josh, who is breathing away from him. So it'll be interesting when they turn for that final 50, if he sets him in his sights and can start to make up a little bit of ground and catch up. Dax now has made that gap around 4 seconds, so he has closed it a little bit as we come down to that final turn.
So with 50 metres left to swim, William has re-extended that lead. So a really strong opening 50 of freestyle has given him a comfortable lead of a body length heading into this last 50, but it's started to tighten up between all 3 of our athletes, as Dax was the fastest down that opening 50 of freestyle.
As they come down now, 20 metres left to swim, and I think there was just a little bit extra that William Botterill-James had to give on this final 50. He's brought in the legs, he's increased that stroke rate, and he's taken away our second time final this morning in a 5:07.15 ahead of Joshua, 5:09.90, with Dax in third, 5:10.57.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 187, the girls 17, 18, 100 metre butterfly. We have 3 heats of this event.
So we saw the 17-18 girls complete their 200 metre butterfly last night, with quite a lot of these athletes backing it up this morning in the 100. Your gold medalist is swimming out of lane 4, and she took it out super quickly in the 200 and held on. So we know that she's going to have that speed. It will be Isabella Osborne who turns in first in a 29.04 ahead of Sophie Jacka, 29.48. And then Frances Boardville over in lane 1. She turned in third at a 31.50. As we storm down that second 50.
So it is Isabella Osborne who's in control of this opening heat, putting together a really strong swim here. Sophie Jackett remains in second place, with Zoe Schneiders moving into third. So it will be Isabella in a 1:02.01, Sophie in second, and Zoe in third.
Into the water, we have our second heat of girls. We're looking to see some very fast first laps from this heat. Jessica Whiting, really great sprinter. She's going to take this out fast. Going right alongside her, there was Mia Laban in lane 6. And then you've got Rihanna Chen in lane 4, who also competed in that 200-metre butterfly. So we know she'll have a little bit of strength coming home on the second 50.
So it will be Rihanna Chen who leads ahead of Jessica. Mia sitting in 3rd place and Isla Ho in 4th. And a really strong turn there from Rihanna Chen, and she's pulled out to a body length lead through the 75-metre mark. It's a really tight battle behind her, and who are chasing those all-important positions, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, to give themselves the best chance of qualifying for the final tonight.
We knew with that 200 background we'd see a great second lap from Rihanna, and she certainly showcased that strength here. The time 104.06 ahead of Jessica Whiting, 106.09, and then Mia Laban finishes in 3rd, 106.84.
So we're away in this 3rd heat, and it's a nice even start through this opening 25. With Courtney Mudge in the centre of the pool, now starting to work towards the lead as she approaches this 50-metre turn.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot separating the girls at 25. As they come down to touch at the 50, it will be Courtney going through in a 30.13 ahead of Grace Cox, 30.58, and Nell Pete in 30.79. So those three, the only athletes to turn in that 30-second point. We've seen those times from the previous heats, so we're looking for a bit of speed down this second lap if we want to qualify into tonight's top 10. Courtney now starting to try and pull away from the rest of the field with Grace sitting on her hip.
So with 5 metres left to swim, it will be Courtney who comes underneath the flags and takes it out in a 104.68. Grace in 2nd and Judy Hussein Aman in 3rd.
Into the water now, and we have our swimmers for event 188, the boys 17, 18 years, 100-metre butterfly. And what a showdown we had in the 17, 18 boys 200 fly last night by this man in lane 4, Dmitry Soroklatov, and coming up in the next heat, Adam Alefny in lane 3. So keep an eye on what these guys can do. We know we picked up some medals from them in the longer distance. At the 50-metre turn, it will be Jake Ridley that leads us around in a 26.97 ahead of Dimitri, 27.58, and Harry Kumar turned in 3rd. We're starting to see a little bit of a comeback now from our swimmer in lane 4.
So it is Dimitri and Jake who are going head-to-head with 15 metres left to swim. A really strong second 50 from Dimitri, and he's come over the top of Jake to take this opening heat out in a 57.70. Jake in 2nd and Bailey Young in 3rd. So we're underway here in our second heat. And Luke Mons and Owen Kruger off to a nice strong start in the centre of the pool. Both of them use their underwaters really well, popping up close to that 15-metre mark as we make our way through that 35. And those two continue to hold a slight lead over our 200 butterfly champion, Adam Elefny.
So it was Luke who turned in a 26.4 ahead now of Adam, and Owen still up alongside him. They've got about half a body length to try and make up the gap on Luke Montz in lane 4. Adam's starting to push up, but I don't think he's going to quite have enough time to catch up to the early leader as they come into touch. It will be Luke who takes this one out in a 56.23 ahead of Adam, 56.73.
So our third heat of our boys 17-1800 fly off, and in the middle of the pool once again working that full 15 metres underwater is both Logan Reiki and Ashley Nichols. They popped up in the lead, and Logan has continued to hold that speed through the 35-metre mark.
So as we come in to turn at the halfway point, it will be Logan with a nice gap between himself and the others, turning in a 26.01, Ashley in 27.18, and then Hunter Mace followed him around at 27.76, with quite a bunch of them sitting around that same time. We're having a good swim over in lane 8 by Ryan Thack as well. He's up in this cohort of athletes looking to try and secure themselves a top 3 or 4 placing within the heat for an opportunity to maybe come back in tonight's final, but it will be Logan in a 56.94 who takes that one out ahead of Ashley Nichols, 57.96. Into the water now, and we have our final swimmers for the men's 17-18 years 100 metre butterfly. Just the two boys out of this heat, Caleb Olsen and Tommy Golding. Both of these guys come in to the event with times of a 102.91, 102.85. Hopefully we'll have a nice little race on our hands. It is Tommy who is taking us out a little bit quicker here as they come into the turn.
Could all our backstroke ledge plot volunteers please report to pool deck? All our backstroke ledge volunteers please report to pool deck.
So it was Tommy that turned 0.2 ahead of Caleb Olsen, and he came off the wall nicely with a little bit more of an advantage. It's looking quite strong down this second 50. Caleb still in with a chance with now 10 metres left to go, but I think this one's going to go to Tommy Golding. As he comes down to touch, the time will be a 101.00 and Caleb 101.67.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 193, the girls 13 years, 100-metre backstroke. And off to a really strong start in the centre of the pool is Ariel Wentz. We know that she's got fantastic underwater dolphins. She uses them every single race and has popped up in the lead.
Yeah, I think there's been so many races across this week and even previous events that we've had through Swimming Victoria where I'll look to the pool and see someone well and truly out in front off the start, and it's quite often Ariel Wentz. She has those great skills. She'll turn us through in first in a 32.68 ahead of Jemana Farmi with Ada sitting in third. Both of those girls turned at a 34, as well as about 3 other swimmers in this field. So it'll be who has the legs down this second at 50.
So with 15 metres left to swim, Aria continues to hold that body length lead that she established off the start. Amelia into second with a tight battle between Jemana and Ada in third. Underneath the flags, Aria takes the heat out in a 108.91. Amelia in second and Ada getting the touch for third.
Under the water now with our second heat of the 13-year-old girls backstroke, and once again seeing that centre lane getting away very nicely off the beginning of the race. That backstroke dive, Kira Stubbings out in front early on. Not far behind her will be our swimmer in lane 3, Amelia Luo, and Astrid Buchanan in 5. And we're already seeing a little bit of that inverted V shape that we come to expect from these circle-seated heats.
So it is Kira who leads through that opening 50 ahead of Astrid, with Anna Kang in third. The first 4 athletes, including Amelia, have now cleared out from the rest of the field as they're attacking this third 25, with Kira Stubbins continuing to extend out in front.
Kira looking very comfortable out in the lead now by almost 2 body lengths as we go now under that 15-metre false start rope. She will take the win from our second heat. It's going to be a very solid time for a heat swim this morning as well. 108.18 ahead of Anna Kang, who gets the touch for second. Exactly the same time as Astrid Buchanan, 111.12.
So through the first 15 metres is Zoe Clemensoon, who had a fantastic start. She's got a body length lead over the rest of the field, who are tightly bunched. It is Grace Cofield and Layla Van Asweden, who also started strongly.
So Zoe holds on to that lead ahead of Layla over in 1. And Grace Cofield in lane 6 as we come into that 50-metre turn. The time's 33.88 for Zoe, Grace 34.75 and Layla 34.96. They've really pushed out the first 50 and they've held that little bit of a gap they created down the first lap ahead of the rest of the field. Tight between Jacqueline and Miley in lanes 2 and 3, with Miley starting to shift up into that 4th place spot, picking up the pace down this second lap. Don't know whether she's going to be able to catch up to the top 3 girls in this heat, though, as we come under the flags with Chloe Clemenson. She's going to take it out. Ahead of Layla and then Grace in 3rd. Fourth heat of 5 this morning in the 13 girls 100-metre backstroke. A little bit of action from the far side of the pool between lane 0 and lane 2. Taylor Costello and Emma Needon. They got off the blocks the best. Starting to push through now in lane 4 is Emily Ward. As we approach that halfway point, the turn in this 100 can be quite the deal breaker. You need to have that momentum and maintain it going into the wall and coming out. Emma turns in first place spot in a 36.05 ahead of Matilda Thomas and Emily Ward in 3rd.
So Emma did get off to a fantastic start through that opening 50. She continues to hold the lead at the 75-metre mark. Matilda's sitting half a body length behind, and there's a really tight battle between Emily Ward and Millie Lejar in lane 8 for 3rd place. So we've got 15 metres left to swim here in our 4th heat. Emma has been in control from the start, and she comes underneath the flag and down to touch in a 1:14.80. Matilda in 2nd and Millie in 3rd.
Underway now with our 5th and final heat of our 13-year-old girls 100-metre backstroke. Some solid performances in the heats this morning from our earlier heats. Let's see if we can get some personal best from this 5th one. We are missing a couple of athletes on the far side of the pool, but going away quickly on the middle lane there. Brooklyn Packer leads us. Not a lot of distance between herself and Anaya in lane 5. And then over down the bottom of the pool in lane 7, Olivia Nojic also having a nice fast first 50.
So it will be Brooklyn Packer who leads just ahead of Anaya, and Eve Duncan sitting in 3rd place. Really tight across the field here in our 5th and final heat. We all had entry times in that 1:18 range. They've given themselves every chance in that opening 50 to post a time very close to their personal best.
Yeah, we tend to see in backstroke, because you don't get that dive off the actual block, the splits can be quite a substantial amount more even across the board. So you have that ability to come home in pretty much the same time. It's a great swim over by herself in lane 1 by Eve Dunstan. She's taken off down this second 50, and she'll take out this heat in a massive personal best of 116.07, ahead of Anaya 117.14 and Brooklyn 117.66.
So we're often racing here in event 194, the boys 13 years 100 metre backstroke. We have 3 heats in this event. In the water is heat 1, and off to an amazing start in the centre of the pool is Archie Smith from South Gippsland Bass. Strong start, popped up with speed, carried that all the way through the 25, and is extending his lead as he works his way through this turn.
So Archie will go around in a 30.37, ahead of Oscar Zoo 32.92, and Byron Morgan turned in third at a 33.62. Archie's entry time a 101.97, the quickest in the field of entrants by a whole second, which is quite a bit of distance within our sprint races. And you can clearly see him leading through this second lap with over 2 body lengths ahead of the rest of the boys. As he comes down under the flags, it's going to be a speedy morning swim for him at a time 103.28. It'll be close on the wall for second between Oscar and Byron, with Oscar getting the touch in a 107.86 and Byron a 108.01.
So we're underway here in Heat 2 for our boys 13 years backstroke, and it is Ethan Carr once again, as we've seen all meet from our athlete from Western Aquatic. Strong underwaters, popping up with speed and carrying that through the 25 metre mark.
Yeah, he was very quick to that first 15-metre rope, but already starting to see Harry Kalurgis in lane 4 shift up right alongside him, and I think by the time they roll over for that tumble turn, there won't be much separating them. In fact, they've turned in exactly the same time there, 31.00 ahead of Fletcher Cummings.
And Harry does have the better of the turns, and he's now got a slight lead over Ethan Carr as we head towards the 75 metre mark. Fletcher Cummins is putting together a really strong second 50 to remain within a body length of about 2 litres. But with 15 metres left to swim, Harry's still maintaining that slight lead he gained off the turn from Ethan. As they come underneath the flags and down to touch here in Heat 2, it will be Harry ahead of Ethan with Fletcher in third. So we're underway here in our third and final heat of our boys 13 years 100-metre backstroke. And once again in the middle of the start, middle of the pool, Fraser Blair off to a really strong start alongside Peter Kim.
Yeah, we continue to see these middle lanes shine out of our early heats, and heat 3 is no different to that. Starting to push his way out in front a little further now. Fraser Blair in that centre of the pool, lane 4. He'll go around in a 31.99 ahead of Peter Kim, 32.63, with Daniel Mancini turning in third. We've seen Daniel do some good longer distance races, so we know he's going to have a pretty solid second 50, but so is Fraser Blair, who has increased his stroke rate down this second lap.
Yeah, really strong third 25 from Fraser Blair, and he's continuing to extend his lead over Peter Kim. It's almost out to a body length with 15 metres left to swim. So it will be Fraser Blair, our athlete from MLC Aquatic, who's going to take out the third heat in a 105.69, ahead of Peter Kim and Daniel Mancini in third. In the water now is heat 1 of event 195, the girls 14 years 400-metre freestyle. We have 4 heats of this event. Joining me in commentary is Alana Torrance. Alana, you competed in many 400 freestyles across your age group journey, now progressed into the open ranks. What will we be looking to see from some of the girls as they move through this opening 100?
We want to have easy speed first 100, legs pretty soft. You don't want to go too hard too early because 400 is a very long way. And negative split or even split. You don't want to go out too hard, all guns blazing.
So through the opening 50, it was Zara Barr, who is looking nice and relaxed, as we would like to see, ahead of Lucy Marr and Emily Finlay. So they're getting through this opening 100, and it is Zara who leads through in a 105.16, Lucy in second, Emily in third. So we're moving into this second 100. So they've got through that first 100 with a nice easy speed, feeling relaxed. What's the focus on this second 100?
Effort-wise, you want it to feel like 4 100s descend, so you get faster each 100. Your times might not reflect that, but effort, definitely start getting in that rhythm and keep pushing into the third 100.
So it is Zara Barr, our athlete from MLC Aquatic, who leads through the 150-metre mark. Emily has now split the 2 teammates to be sitting in second place with Lucy Marr in third. So as we head through towards that 200-metre turn, Zara Barr continues to hold on to this half a body length lead over both Emily Finlay and Lucy Marr. Also swimming well in lane 2 is Macy Graves. Those first 4 athletes have pulled out from the rest of the field as we move through the 200. It's Lucy who's pulled right alongside her teammates. So it's back to an MLC 1-2 through the first 200. Emily Finlay in third. Now we're getting to this all-important third 100. You say you want to build. How do you need to feel in this third 100 to make that happen?
You want to still have good hold of the water, be nice and strong, but start bringing the legs in before that third last 50.
So as we make our way down this third 100, it is Lucy Marr who has made the move, and she's moved just ahead of her teammates with a nice 35.9 second 50. So under that 36 mark on that 50, the others were just over it. She sort of gained a little bit of an advantage, and her focus clearly was on attacking this second half of the race. But once again, those three leaders are separated by only a half body length as we head towards the final 100. So it is Lucy Marr who leads just ahead of Emily Finlay and Zara Barr as they make that turn at the 300-metre mark. They're all within half a second of each other, with Macy Graves sitting in 4th place. So on this last 100, what is the focus, especially when you've got other competitors alongside you? What are you trying to do?
You want to stick just next to them. Well, this is how I race it. Stick just next to them. And then when you get into that last 50, that's go head down, legs up, and bring that rate up. But for heats, it does look like a few of them are taking a bit more cruisy, saving their energy for finals tonight.
Yeah, so obviously in our 400-metre events, it's our first 2 heats, which are our seeded heats. Our first 2 heats contain our fastest 20 seeded athletes. So they have a little bit more of an advantage in a 400. If you're sitting in the first 3 positions, you're probably going to be pretty comfortable into the final. Whereas in those 200 and less distances, sometimes 3rd place isn't enough to progress into the final. So it is really important to race it all the way to the wall. And it is Zara Barr who is doing that and racing all the way to the wall to make sure that she will get one of the centre lanes for tonight, touching in a 2:38.90. Emily in 2nd, Lucy in 3rd, and Maisie Graves in 4th. So we're underway in our second heat of our girls 14 years 400-metre freestyle. It's Abby Mesher, who's off to a nice strong start. We saw Abby take out the state title in the 200 butterfly last night. And she's backing up here into this 400 freestyle. So Alana, you were another one of those swimmers who swam a lot of different events. How do you tackle that challenge of a great performance the night before and then getting ready to go for the heat session the following morning?
You do have to control your emotions. It does sound hard to do, but every race is a new race. You got to have a clean slate when you get behind the blocks and just focus. I do 1 lap at a time. Some people do 1 race at a time, but 1 lap at a time means that you've only got 50 metres to worry about, so about 30 seconds, and you can't overthink too much.
So as we go through this opening 100, it's Abby Mesher who leads slightly ahead of Mia Jane Weston, with Arabella Johnson sitting in 3rd place. Hope Christian is in 4th place, just ahead of India Condon. And once again, a reminder, with our 400s, it's our first 2 heats, which are seeded heats. So 3rd place and 4th place are really important as you look to progress into the final tonight. So as we head towards that 150-metre turn, Abby Mesher and Mia Jane Weston are side by side and go into that turn together, just a half body length clear of Arabella Johnson. So when you've got a really close race going on, do you like to try and focus on yourself, or do you look at the person next to you and race your competitor?
As much as all my coaches would say, focus on yourself, I'm very much a racer. I like to sit with a person for as long as I can, and then when they least expect it, you just go, you break them.
It's obviously a competition, so being a racer is a great thing. As we turn through the 200, Abby continues to hold an ever so slight lead, but it is Mia Jane who gets the better of the turn once again, and she's popped up. The swimmer from Marion in South Australia is really working this opening 25 of this 3rd 50 to try and extend away from Abby, but Abby's responding, and Arabella Johnson isn't going away either. So we've been seeing these two leaders surge off each other and try and break each other. We're into this third 100. What would they be thinking about as they're making their way through this third 100?
They'll be trying to make it fast, but also easy, so they can save something for the last 100, because you want to try and have as much energy as you can to beat that person next to you.
So when you say make it easy as possible, does that mean you need to make sure you're swimming with not trying, or does it make do you want to be swimming with good technique?
It's a bit of everything. Good body position, good technique. You want to be fast and efficient. So you want to have a lower stroke rate, but be holding as much water and be strong.
And through that third 100, it was Arabelle Johnson who was the mover. She's moved from third all the way up alongside them. So it is going to be a three-way battle into this final 100 as they're going stroke to stroke with 75 metres to go. Hope Christian sitting in fourth place, and she's comfortably in fourth ahead of India Condon. So these three athletes are looking at each other, going stroke for stroke. Now they've got 50 metres to go. It's pretty confident that they're all going to make the final tonight. But you do want to race that last 50 to get your hand on the wall first, don't you?
Yes. So some of these girls will try and turn it off a little bit to save themselves for tonight. But some also might want to put in a really good heat swim to make sure that they know what they can do tonight and improve on it. So you can see that Arabelle Johnson has brought in the legs a little bit more. She's got a slight lead, but the other girls aren't going too far from her.
So Arabelle Johnson, really strong second 200 to catch up to our two early leaders, and is going to come into touch alongside Mia Jane to take the heat win out with Abby Mesher in third. So through the opening two heats there, we've had 10 athletes at a 4:47.97 or faster. So that looks like what the standard is going to require to make the final tonight, as we now move on to our third heat of our girls 14 years 400-metre freestyle.
And there's a lot of excitement around the pool for this one. It is the last day. A few of our athletes maybe have competed in their final event for states, and now they are getting around and supporting their teammates. We do love to see that and all the action in the pool as well. Our 400s do work a little bit different to our other events in how many circle-seated heats we have, so it is just the first two, and we are looking at all of these entrants sitting around, or between, I should say, 4:56 up until our outside lanes, who are around that 5-minute mark. So we are hoping to see some big personal bests, and if they want a spot in the top 10, they certainly are going to have to do that, dropping almost 10 seconds to guarantee themselves a spot in tonight's final.
So through the first 100, it is Ada who leads just ahead of Lexon and Amelia. So the action is on the far side of the pool through that first 100. We're expecting this heat to be nice and tight. And so if you can attack that first 100, get through that first 100 nice, easy speed, carry it into the second 100 and give yourself a good advantage over the rest of the field, you're setting yourself up for a good personal best.
Yeah, what I really liked Alana speaking about was that efficiency. You want to slow down the arms but hold the most water that you possibly can with that slightly easier stroke rate. And we really need to think about that for everything that we do in the pool. What's happening above the water isn't helping us accelerate, okay? So it's not speeding us up really that much more, other than the speed in which we get our hand out in front to reconnect with the water. We really need that earlier catch, so the moment that your arm is extended, and hitting the surface. You want to be holding good water and then pushing your way through and past that point. When we think about swimming, quite often people think about their arms moving through. Your arm basically stays in the same spot. I almost tell my athletes to think about it like the water being concrete or a solid form. You want to grab it and you want to push yourself past it on each stroke.
So continuing to lead at that 200-metre mark is Ada. Amelia's now moved into second place and Lexin remains in third. So still the action on the far side of the pool as we move into the second half here of Heat 3 of our girls 14 years 400 freestyle. But also swimming really strongly down in lane 8 is Nadine. So Nadine has come up alongside Lexin as we move into this third 100, and Lol is also going with her.
So definitely lanes 7 and 8 starting to join the little party out in front, set by the pace of Amelia Grover and Ada.
So as we continue to make our way down the pool, it is Amelia who's now our leader by half a body length. Ada, who led through the first 200, is holding on to second place. Lola moving into third, with Nadine in fourth. It is a great race developing as we head into this final 100 here in Heat 3. Amelia leads through. Now into second place is Lola, and Nadine in third, Ada in fourth. But behind those top four, the charge is starting to come.
I always love it in our 400s, that turn into the last 100. It's almost that sweet sigh of relief for a lot of our athletes that it is almost over, but you just see the extra energy come into play. The legs get brought back in. We see the white water on their feet. That stroke rate does start to increase. Doing a great job of that is Amelia Grover. She had the lead coming into this one. She's extended it now. They did look like they were going to be closing in on her throughout the first 25 of the last 100, but she's taken off again.
So it is Amelia who continues to lead ahead of Lola and Nadine, and swimming really strongly in the middle of the pool now is Ruby Moore and Piper Brown. So it is going to be a race in 4 for that second place in this heat, but out in front, Amelia Grover is looking nice and controlled and comfortable. So our Surrey Park athlete is going to take out our third heat of our girls 14 years 400-metre freestyle. And she comes down to touch in a time of 4:55.79. Pippa Brown in second and Lola Jarrett in third.
Away we go with our fourth and final heat of the 14-year-old girls 400-metre freestyle. Our girls in this particular heat are trying to break that 5-minute barrier. It is such an accomplishment for all of our athletes. We do love to tick off those little time moments and remember these swims. So let's see if we can get any of them across the line in a 4:59 or faster. As we hit the first turn, it will be your swimmer in lane 4, Bryn Embry, who leads us around in a 32.16, ahead of Amelia Greening with Isabella Sutcliffe in third. So Alana, talk to us about your turns and the skills within a 400-metre freestyle. What kind of differences might we be expecting to see from these guys compared to, say, that of a 50-metre sprint?
The turns will definitely look a lot slower. They do add up, so you don't want them to be too much slower than if you're doing 100 or 200. A way to work it out is you want to be building into the wall. The faster you go into the wall, the faster you come out of the wall, keeping those skills consistent. So choosing a number of kicks that you're going to do off every wall. These swimmers are probably doing about 2 or 3 kicks off every wall, not breathing on the first stroke. and you can settle back into your rhythm straight after that.
Yeah, I've always found that transition from the underwater kicks into the swim part, making sure you don't have too much of that dead zone where nothing is happening, is really important. And something you've just mentioned there is that head down on the first stroke. How important is this within our younger athletes to establish at an early age?
You need to be in that habit. It's so hard to break that habit. I know from experience. I do take a breath first stroke a lot of the time, and I get yelled at for it. So keeping that head down sets up your body position. You can get straight into that stroke, and then you're not having that drag off the wall. You can use that speed you've gained from pushing off.
And when you're in a race that has 8 laps, it's always going to add up. Every 10th of a second, that's over a second faster in your personal best from just doing something really small and minute. If we check in on our field from this 4th heat, as they hit the halfway mark, Bryn Embry will be our leader still. She turns in a 2:24, so definitely setting herself up with a nice possibility of breaking under that 5-minute mark. Amelia Greening holding on to that second place, 2:27.25, and Pippa Hunter in lane 7. She's really started to push through this field as well. So Lana, talk to me about how difficult it is to come into a competition that's 5.5 days long and have a 400 on the final day of action.
When you see that event listing and you see the 400 on the last day, it's not a good feeling, but it's about managing every day. So every day is a new day. Everyone's got the same event, so it's who can manage their energy levels, their emotions the best.
Do you think there's ever a little bit of psychological warfare going on behind the blocks? Maybe a few extra fake yawns, make everyone else feel that bit more tired?
Oh, definitely. There's a lot of complaining happening behind the blocks, I will say that. The sport is a good thing. Everyone goes behind the blocks, is chatting. There's a lot of everyone not wanting to do it. But you're all in the same boat. So you've all got to get in that water, swim the 400 metres, and then you can all breathe a sigh of relief at the end.
I used to actually love going behind and saying how tired I was to everyone, but I actually felt amazing. And I would go around and be like, oh, I really can't be bothered. And then I think it made people, they didn't want to do it anymore, so more of them pulled out, which was great for me because it gave me a much better chance.
There's been a lot of that. I've been in the sport many years, and I've seen it happen many times where people say they're not feeling great, and then they whip out a 10-second PB.
It's certainly the way to do it, and that's what we want to see plenty of on our final day of racing here at the 25-26 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. As our 4th heat comes down to their final 50, Bryn in the lead still, 4:22. She's gone around ahead of Pippa Hunter, who made up a little bit of ground throughout that last 150 metres to start challenging her down this final 50. We also have a little bit of a race for 3rd between Amelia and Gemma Rump in lane 6, who's also doing well in the second half of this 400. But with 15 metres left to swim, I think Bryn has done enough early on to take out this heat, and it looks like it will be under that 5-minute mark as she hits the wall in a 4:58.96. Pippa so close, 5:00.16, and then Amelia 5:02.84.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 196, the boys 14 years 400 metre freestyle. So it is Kepler Schneiders who leads through this opening 25. An athlete from Caulfield Aquatics has the fastest entry time, and he's looking like he's wanting to make sure that he gets off to a nice strong start here in the centre of the pool. He leads from Isaac, and in 3rd place, Jax.
Yeah, so coming into this particular heat, if we have a look across our field of athletes, Isaac in lane 6, really great sprint freestyler, so expect him to take it out pretty solidly. Kepler, he's settled into a nice rhythm already early on, breathing every second stroke, so he'll be looking the one direction throughout this race as he turns in a 101.50, Isaac in second, 101.84, and Ethan Wurzer turns in third, 103.08.
So it is our two leaders who've got a body length clear of the rest of the field. Looking nice and comfortable into this second 100. Trying to make sure they're maintaining their rhythm, keeping that stroke nice and long. As they work towards the 150-metre turn, Ethan's sitting in third place, just ahead of Jax. But it will be through that 150 turn, Kepler slightly ahead of Isaac. Ethan in third, Jack in fourth.
And both of those athletes out in the front look like they've kind of settled into their speed now. So they're being a little bit more consistent throughout, both of them hitting a 33-second split on the previous 50, whereas a lot of the other boys in the field sitting around that 34 mid to 35 low. Will come in at the 200-metre mark, and no real change to our lead group. Kepler in front, Isaac in second, Ethan in third. Not far behind is Jax.
So as we move into this all-important third 100, we'll look who starts to make a move here. But once again, Kepler and Isaac going side by side, stroke for stroke. Both keeping a strong kick going, somewhere between that 2 to 4 beat kick. Very good distance per stroke as they work through that next turn, pop up past the flags and make their way back towards the finish end.
So keep in mind the 3 heats this morning in this event, all still looking for a top 10 placing. Our first 2 heats will be circle seated, so our fastest qualifier into this event is Kepler in lane 4 from this first heat, and then our next quickest will be Cole Roberts from the Northern Territory, who will swim out of lane 4 in the second heat. So we're going to be looking to see who is making it into that top 5. Top 4 from this heat, pretty confident you could have a chance of being in the final. 5th, you're going to be watching the next race.
So at that 300-metre turn, Kepler held a slight lead over Isaac. And he's trying to maintain it through this final 100. He gained his advantage. He's looking to hold on to it as he works towards this final turn. So through this last turn, Kepler Schneiders leads by 3/4 of a second. Once again, he gained 0.3 of a second on Isaac with 50 metres left to swim. But bringing his legs is Isaac in this final 50. He's come up alongside Kepler Schneiders with 25 metres left to swim and is pulling away in this final lap. It's a really strong final 50 from our speed demon and 50 freestyle gold medalist as he comes underneath the flags to take this heat out in a 4:21.19. Kepler Schneiders in second place. It will be Ethan Wurzer who claims third.
In the water, we have heat 2 of the men's 400 metre freestyle.
So out of that first heat, I saw Nick writing down some times for that top 5 qualifiers who will be looking for a place in the top 10. And Alana, I wanted to talk to you about the challenges around swimming that little bit easier in the heats and having that, you know, it's a little bit of a guessing game almost. You do have the advantage if you are not in the first heat, but how do you play it so that you know that you're going to be qualified, but you don't want to use too much energy in the heat swims?
It's definitely a tough guessing game. There have been many times when I've gone a little bit too easy in the heats, missed out on a final, so you don't want that to be you. Being in those second, third heat, you can see what the people before you have done. You need to be able to know your pacing, know your PB, what it feels like effort-wise, to be able to say, I'll go this speed for like 75% of the race and then I can back it off a little bit, or just going like 75 to 80% of your max speed for the whole race. If you're qualified a little bit ahead of the top 10, you can do that. If you're sitting around 7th, 8th or 9th, it's very difficult because you don't know what those people under you are going to be doing.
Yeah, you can always control your own race, but you can't control what anyone else does. There is certainly quite the fine art to foxing your heat swim and maybe taking it a little bit easier. As we look to the pool, it will be Han Tang who leads us through at the 100 and the 150. He's got getting actually a little bit quicker on that particular split. Only person in the pool that had a green light onto the board, which said they went faster and picked up speed. We'll see what time he can do. Obviously, he's put together some great 100s and 200 metre events. Do you think your strategy changes depending on your background in this 400? So we have seen in the previous race, Ishaki is such a great 50-metre sprinter coming all the way through into the 400.
It definitely changes. If you are more of a distance swimmer, you'll be able to negative split or even split because you have that distance background to be able to keep going for longer. Sprinters are a little bit different. If you're going to die, you may as well go out hard and then still die. So I think Hang Tang has put together a lot of good sprint freestyle recently, getting a few Australian records. So he's got that speed within him. I think he also has that aerobic background, so he will be able to hang on for a little bit longer.
So now with a couple of body lengths between himself and a few athletes across the field, Han Tang turns in the lead still. Angus Goodison doing a little bit of work throughout this third 100 to move himself up into second, and Cole Roberts now starting to shift through the pack into that third place spot. Talk to me about some technique elements that maybe we see a little bit different compared to the sprint and our more middle distance races.
The sprinters definitely don't like to breathe as much because every time you take a breath, it does slow you down. But in these longer distance, you'll see most of the swimmers will be breathing every second stroke or every third stroke so they can set a rhythm. Sprinting's more about keeping those arms moving. Distance is about, like I said before, efficiency and also getting that oxygen in to keep your muscles going.
It looks like almost Han Tang just switching off a little bit in this fourth 100. He had about a 3.5 second lead coming into this one. He's just breathing towards Angus and Cole, having a bit of a look where they are. Still maintains his lead out in front, but previous to this he was holding around 33 second splits for each lap, and that one he's really switched off, turning in at 36. The other boys now still closing that gap. The race for third and fourth in this heat is well and truly firing down this side of the pool.
Hang Tang's breathing away from everyone. He can't see the boys on the other side overtaking him. Might be a bit tough to see who gets into the final depending on times.
So we'll keep an eye on those times, but it will be Angus Goodison who flies home to finish in a 4:28.72 ahead of Daniel Collins from lane 0, 4:28.93, with Cole Roberts in third, and Han Tang looked to have finished in fourth place spot there.
In the water, we have the third and final heat of the boys' 14-year-old 400 freestyle.
So the pace has been set from our first two heats, but looking like it's going to take under a 4:30 to make tonight's final. And quite a few of our athletes sitting around that 4:29 mark. I think there was about 4 of them all hovering around there. So a good chance if you can break under that 4:30 barrier. On entry, though, a lot of these boys sit around the 4:43, 4:44 mark. So it will require a solid drop in time, but we would love to see some quick swims out of the third heat.
Coming into the first wall, we have Oscar Birch turning first in a 105.
Yeah, so Oscar's leading us around with quite a little bit of a gap between himself and the next two swimmers in Ethan and Dion. They aren't too far behind Benjamin Collins, so there's a little bit of a group of 4 already starting to be in almost like that breakaway pack within this race. We have seen a few of our athletes really try and take it out, so in particular those sprint guys, and then everyone else trying to catch up. Where would you rather be, do you think, Alana? Do you want to be the person out in front trying to hold on from that oncoming traffic coming through the field? Or would you be better off sitting back and having the energy and the reserve to try and push up alongside and overtake the lead?
Me personally, I'm a bit more of a back end sort of swimmer. I like to sit back and then at the halfway mark start moving through. I think depends on your background. Those distance swimmers will probably be towards the middle to the back of the pack in the first 200 metres, whereas those sprinters will probably want to make as big of a gap as they can and try and hold on for dear life.
So Oscar Birch holds on to his lead at the halfway point in the 400, turns into 2:17.57, ahead of Ethan Gately now in second, 2:18.23, and it's Benjamin Collins moving his way into third. The lanes 5, 6 and 7 athletes, so a bit more of the action down on this side of the pool.
Ethan has lifted his stroke rate ever so slightly compared to Oscar. You can see his arms are moving a lot more quickly, and his legs are coming in a bit more for this second 200.
Now we talk about stroke rate, and that is the speed that the arms are rotating around each time. And when our coaches are coaching these athletes, they're obviously going to be taking notes on the splits. You might be getting your athletes to count their strokes each lap, so how many they're taking. But one of the statistics that we often give is that stroke rate, which is a number that is calculated based on how many strokes each of these swimmers would take if they were to continuously cycle for a minute. And we take them frequently throughout. What kind of stroke rates might we see in a 400? And where would you be wanting to be sitting? Is it a higher number or a lower number?
It would definitely be lower, and then it'll probably come up in that last 100 a little bit more. So you want to be able to be holding that speed with a lower stroke rate. So you could be doing the same splits with your arms moving twice as fast, and then you're just losing all feel of the water and becoming inefficient, and that's going to waste energy. So these swimmers want to be going low stroke rate but same splits, so as low as you can go while keeping that same speed.
And is there anything that you might implement at training to be able to work on something like that?
Definitely got to do some practice of what each stroke rate feels like, what's going to be your most efficient, because it's different for everybody. Some people are going to have great feel of the water, and some people are going to have to move their arms a little bit more to get that same speed. So getting a lot of practice in, even using paddles, they really help try and get that efficiency going as well.
Yeah, definitely something to think about to create that connection with the water and be able to feel if you are slipping or spinning the wheels. As we come down onto that finish line, a great last lap there from Ethan Gately to take the win from the third heat in a 4:40.81, ahead of Oscar Birch, 4:41.93, with Michael Yu touching in third, 4:42.24. We move along in our program to event 198, the boys' 15-year-old 200-metre butterfly. And once again, it is our final day of competition here, so we are starting to see a few of our athletes maybe being a little bit more selective with their events. We have a couple of lanes empty, including that of lane 5, but that just opens up a new spot in that top 10 qualifiers and the opportunity to come back and race later on today. As we hit the 75-metre mark, your leader, Lawrence Lim, in lane 4. Looks so light through the water, and that's what you want to be feeling in these 200 flies. If everything's starting to sink down and sit lower and feel heavy, you are for a pretty bad time during the next 250s. So Lawrence will lead us through in a 101.67 ahead of Alexander Carcinelli in lane 3, and Eugene Tang in lane 6 sits in that 3rd place spot. 200, a little bit of a different ball game to our 400, and particularly our form strokes as well. What kind of changes to tactics might we be seeing within this event?
Well, the 200 fly is one event I said I will never swim, and I still have never swum it to this day. It just looks too painful for me. It's 4 laps of the hardest stroke, and I find 2 laps a struggle. But we have Lawrence is making this look easy. He's got a nice, relaxed stroke. That second kick every stroke is helping him bring his head above the water to take that breath, so he doesn't look like he's struggling to lift his head up.
And I think if you're going to do an event like this, it has to be like that. Technically, it has to look easy, and it tends to be the athletes who make it look the easiest swim the fastest. As we come down to the touch, and it will be Lawrence Lim in a 2:10.86. Leads us in the first heat ahead of Alexander, 2:17.11. Close race for 3rd, with the bronze in this one going to Louis Chirat, 2:24.31.
Diving into the water, we have heat 2 of the men's 15-year-old 200-metre butterfly.
It was a great heat swim from Lawrence out of the first heat, touching in a 2:10. It was only marginally over his personal best entry time of 2:09.91. So let's see what the guys in this second heat can do. It really depends where they want to be sitting in the final. If we want to see a lift and a PB in the heats, do you want one of the centre lanes? Are you happy to just have an outside lane? If you have a lane, you have a chance.
Some people do want to be in those inside lanes. They race better when they've got people next to them pushing them, and some people are happy to sit on the sides, preferably not an end lane because it's very difficult to do butterfly with those ladders getting in the way, but sitting on those outside lanes and just give them a nice shot, not having to worry about what's happening in the inside of the pool.
As we approach that 100-metre turn, it's a race of 3 across 4, 5 and 6. Michael Chen timed the touch the best of the lot of them in a 103.60, with Anthony Pan in second, 103.90. Just 9 100ths behind him was Gabriel Wong. And this 3rd lap is always the one where we want to see who seems to have kept that little bit of reserve energy in the tank. If you're going to make a move, you're probably going to do it now.
Michael does look like he's lifted that rate again and getting those legs nice and high in the water, keeping those hips high to make it easier to breathe.
Yeah, it's definitely a great sign if you're seeing the feet come up to the surface. You did mention that with Lawrence previously. It was only his second kick that came up as high, so interesting, a little bit difference, a bit of difference, I should say, in size between his first kick and his second kick. Each stroke of butterfly, we have one kick that kind of propels us through and the other one to get our arms to go over the surface, which is probably why that second one is that bit bigger, because you have more area out of the water that you're trying to hold up. But it has been a great final 100 here from Michael Chen. He's going to take this one out in a 2:14.20. Gabriel touches in second, 2:17.74. And Oliver Lezik over in lane 3. He came out of nowhere down that final 50 to touch in third in a 2:18.79.
All right, we have our third and final heat of this 15-year-old 200 butterfly in the water.
Yeah, we've just been discussing how many athletes are giving a real crack at this 200 butterfly. To have 3 heats of 15-year-olds willing to go after such a challenging event, it shows a lot of depth across the field here in Victoria, and we are producing some great butterflies as they come into that 50-metre turn already. Lane 4, Hamish Davin getting away nicely there, 29.01 ahead of Max Cryer and Isaac Wren in lane 6.
Hamish is definitely taking it out nice and fast, but we'll need to see whether he can hold on for this whole 200 metres.
It can be quite easy to do as well in a race. You get all this extra adrenaline before you dive in, and the first 50, it might feel easy at the time, but upon reflection or by the time you hit that third lap, you realise, hang on, it did feel good, but maybe it was a little bit quick. You've overrated, so you've got your stroke rate going too high, spun the wheels a little bit more than you needed, and you can run out of steam pretty quickly in an event like this.
It will come back to bite you if you take it out too hard, especially in a 200-metre butterfly.
And it's always interesting, I think, with this race, because a lot of the time I feel like people think the first thing that probably gets tired is your arms. And I think as someone that has raced a lot more probably 200 flies than yourself, Alana, it's one, your lungs, that trying to get oxygen in so quickly because you only have a short period of time before you need to reset that body position can be really challenging. But the legs just start to fade more and more, which drags everything else down.
Without those legs helping you get your arms over, your arms also start failing, making it harder to come up for that breath. You can see Hamish is just hanging on there. His legs have dropped down a little bit. You can't see that kick coming out of the water, but he's only got 10 metres to go.
I think he will just hold on to take out the third heat. George Galvin in lane 5 has had a great last 100. He's almost pulled up right alongside, so it will be Hamish in a 2:18.33 ahead of George, 2:19.49, and William Ko touches in third, 2:22.35. Changing up the pace here, we now move on to event 199, the 16-year-old girls 50-metre backstroke. Swimming out of that centre lane, Macy Sheridan, one of our visitors from the Northern Territory. And can this girl sprint? She has almost half a body length on the rest of the field at the 35-metre mark. Sitting in second is Caitlin Ord with Zara Reynolds right alongside her. They'll come down under the flags. This one, though, belongs to Macy. She'll get the touch in a 29.40. Zara touches in second, 30.93, ahead of Caitlin, 31.11.
We have Heat 2 diving into the water. Jessie Steinman in lane 4 is our fastest qualifier in this heat. Staying under for the longest as well. She had the best start coming up just to that 15-metre rope. You can see her arms, her stroke rate is a lot quicker than everyone else's. She's moving through. She's got a body length on the next person, on Mia Roberts. And coming in just under the flags, Jessie looks like she'll definitely take this one out for the win. And looks like Mia's going to come in second.
As our third heat of the 16-year-old girls hits the water, there were some quick reactions on that backstroke dive. A couple of the athletes stayed under right through to the 15-metre mark. But once again, the centre of the pool is where all the action is coming from. Allegra Crean, another one of our visiting athletes here from Swimming SA, out in front to second and third. Once again, very close. Looks like it will be Paige Stringer. They come down to touch. Allegra 29.73 ahead of Paige, 31.10, and Sienna Santolin 31.71.
Moving along now, we have our boys 16-year-old 50-metre backstroke in the water. Off to the best start is lane 4, Eli Billman. He kept under the water all the way to the 15-metre rope. It looks pretty even across the field. Maybe Eli's just in front. We've got Lewis G up there and Harrison Main. Coming in under the flags, we've got Eli Billman and sneakily lane 9's in there as well. Oh, and we have Eli Billman first with Harrison Main second and Lewis G third.
First up to the surface there, Luca Brown in lane 4. Didn't waste any time on the underwater, all through to the first 25. We're seeing the outside lanes also doing well early on. Once again, lane 9 still up in the mix, but we're pushing through that 35-metre rope. It will be Luca coming under the flags first, ahead of Ben Merrilees, and close for that third place spot. Luca takes that one out in a 27.82. Ben in second, 29.21. And Hugo Henderson gets the touch equal with Alric Wong for third, 29.55.
And we're off here in the third heat of our boys 16 years, 50 backstroke, and a really strong start in the centre of the pool from Bart. He leads by quarter of body length over the limit well, as those two have cleared out from the rest of the field. They've got 15 metres left to swim, and Bart continues to hold that slight lead over them well under the flags and into touch. It will be Bart who takes out this third heat in 28.23, and well in second, and Will Frame in third.
Heat 4 underwater now, and let's see what this fourth heat can do. We moved away from our circle-seated athletes now, but there's still a spot to steal a top 10 place. Oscar Voigt in lane 2, getting away well down the first 35. Starting to push up alongside him is Jack Stonehouse, and then doing well in lane 6, William Goldstraw. They'll come under the flags first and second. Looks like Oscar's going to hold on though, 29.67. William touches in second, 30.12, with Samuel Mills in third, 30.31.
This is our fifth and final heat of the boys 16 years 50 metre backstroke. Off to the best of the starts is Xavier Abilene from Warrnambool. He's got half a body length lead on the rest of the field, moving those arms nice and quickly. In second place is Blanket across the field. Coming under the flags, Xavier's still in the lead, and he's going to touch first in a 30.46 with Jack Woodward in second.
Diving into the water now, we have event 201, the 200-metre freestyle for our 17, 18-year-old girls. And this morning we have 3 heats in this event. Starting through that first 35 metres. No one really attacking this first 50 too fast. It will be close from lane 9, 4 and 5 onto the wall with Yushi Liu in lane 9, turning just under that 30-second mark out in 29.96. Kiara Mooney turns in second, 30.11, with Holly McDonald in third.
It is Yushi who's attacked that first 50 and continuing to work down this second 50 of this 200 freestyle. But Holly McDonald in the centre of the pool has now started to take hold of this race as we approach the 100-metre turn.
We spoke before about athletes having different tactics or race techniques, and Holly McDonald certainly going for that higher stroke rate approach, so we can see the speed in which her arms are turning over is almost twice as quick as Kiara Mooney and Jen Lane in the lanes next to her.
So Holly McDonald continues to extend her lead. The battle for second is really tight between our early leader, Yushi, Mia, as well as on the other side of the pool, both Jen Lane and Kiara Mooney. But it will be Holly McDonald who continues to lead into this final 50, 3 seconds clear of the rest of the field.
Yeah, she really built through the second 50 and then extended that lead throughout the third one, which is probably one of the more important laps of this 200-metre race. She holds on to that lead now ahead of Mia Laban and Yushi Liu down in lane 9, still up in the mix. Starting to push up, though, is Jen Lane in lane 3. She looks like she might have just overtaken Mia. As we head to the flags, it will be Holly McDonald that gets the win in Heat 1, 2:11.49. Mia holds on for second, 2:13.89, with Jen Lane in third, 2:14.03. Now, Alana, I certainly think you're a little bit more suited to the 200 freestyle as compared to the 400 free that we saw before. What is your race strategy in this event?
There's a difference between what I should do and what I do. What I should do is try and even split it as much as possible, but I tend to turn off a little bit in that second and third 50 to try and save myself for that last 50 and come over the top of the people. I do enjoy doing that, but I probably shouldn't.
I don't think you're the only person that has that approach. I've certainly spoken to a lot of athletes before and looked at those splits, and it might be on that third 50 they sit around a 34 and then suddenly they have the energy to come home in a 30 point. So hopefully we can see a few more of these guys really start to put the foot down throughout that middle 100. So after the first 50, the next 2 laps become kind of the most important. As we look to the halfway point, Alinta Dingwall leads us around ahead of Sophie Jacka, 101.79, 102.98, with Eliza Houghton in third.
Both of these girls taking it out nice and fast. We have Alinta is pulling away now. She's got those legs up kicking. She's breathing every second stroke, getting that oxygen in, and we'll see what she can come back in the last 50.
You can just see the white water behind Alinta Dingwall a little bit heavier, a little bit more than the other girls, and that seems to be one of the things separating her from the rest of the field throughout this lap. We look to the split at 32.86, ever so slightly slower than her second 50, but the other girls have all now dropped away to around 34 seconds. So that's how she's gained that, I was going to say giant, but fairly large lead, I should say, over a body length now, coming home with 20 metres left to swim.
She doesn't look like she's slowing down too much coming under that 15-metre rope. She's still got that lead, and Sophie Jack is pulling ahead of Eliza Houghton and Izzy Osborne.
Down to touch on the wall, it will be Alinta, 2:08.02. Ahead of Sophie Jacka, 2:11.76, with Eliza touching in third, 2:13.59. Into the water now, we have our third and final heat of the girls, 17, 18 years, 200-metre freestyle. And throw a blanket across this field early on. They're very evenly spread. There's quite a difference in their overall times, though, so we'll see if anyone can start to pull away throughout the race or whether a few of these girls might be about to get a nice personal best this morning. As we come around into that 75-metre point of the race, Eloise Freck in lane 6 led us through, came off the wall very well, extended that lead now ahead of Tori Clare and Amelie Crellin, who still remain in second and third. And we'll see if anyone wants to lift a little bit more as we come into the final 100.
Eloise is keeping her skills nice and long. She did about 4 kicks underwater there. Didn't take a breath on the first stroke. Getting her legs up and kicking, and she's got a pretty big lead on the next people across everyone else in the pool.
Yeah, once again, I think one of the biggest differences is not only the skills, but that ability to get back into the stroke quickly after the underwater. So as soon as she surfaced, you saw that transition from the 4 dolphin kick straight into that 6-beat kick that she's maintained throughout the first 3 laps of this race. So Eloise maintains the lead. She turns in at 137 ahead of Tori Clare, 140. And now moving her way into third place spot is Sophia Boland, the fastest qualifier into this heat.
We'll see who can bring their legs in, who can bring that rate up in this last 50 and get their hand on the wall nice and fast.
Yeah, interesting to see Sophia breathing to both sides, so she'll have a really good idea of where everyone in this field is. She's come through nicely enough, and she looks like she will secure the second place spot, but it's been a great swim from Eloise in lane 6. Her time on the finish there, 2:12.39 ahead of Sophia, 2:15.16, and Tori Clare touches in third, 2:15.63. It's time for our boys, 17, 18 years, 200-metre freestyle in the water is event 202. We have 4 heats this morning of the boys and a few medal winners already in this event. So we'll see what they can do as we come down to that first 50-metre turn. Your leader will be coming out of lane 4, Campbell Wilson Moran, out in a 25.83.
That's a very quick first 50 from Campbell, and you've got Tian closely following him.
We've seen Campbell compete on the international stage a couple of times already this year, putting together some great performances. We've particularly seen him in that 100-metre freestyle, broken the 50-second barrier a couple of times. Couldn't quite do it here at our age championships, going 50 point. He's out very fast, though, in a 53.59 for this 200. Curious to see if the goal is to set a really quick time this morning and then come back and repeat it later on, or whether he might just go through to the 150, setting up his race, and then maybe switch off.
I guess we'll see when he gets to that last 50, but he has a pretty big lead on Tian in lane 5.
So Campbell goes through 122.99. As you said, Alana Tianberger sitting in second with Callum Rosetto hot on his heels, about 1 second separating those guys. We'll see who can bring it home, but doesn't look like Campbell switching off at all.
Nope, he's got that rate nice and high. He's still going nice and strong and extending that lead even further.
So he's going to come down now under the flags to take this one out. Very solid heat swim this morning of a 152.39. Second and third, very close, but Tian holds on, 157.76 ahead of Callum, 158.13.
Diving into the water, we have heat 2 of the men's 17 to 18 200-metre freestyle.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it was our lanes 4 swimmer Sam Welsh who stayed under the longest, really using nearly almost every part of that first 15-metre allowance that you can stay under, doing those butterfly kicks. Already pushed his way into the lead. Not too far behind, though, will be Logan Reek and Patrick Brown. Logan, in fact, getting his feet flicked over onto that wall a little bit faster and turning in the exact same time as Sam next to him.
All 3 of those first boys have been keeping their skills nice and consistent. That first turn, they all came up at about 6 metres and none of them took a breath on that first stroke.
So we'd probably be hoping to see that throughout our 17, 18-year boys. They have had a few years' experience in getting that opportunity to race a little bit more often. Sam coming out nicely from that turn into the lead, but Patrick Brown in lane 5 probably having the fastest swim in each of these laps. So a little bit slower, not quite as good on the skills, and then pushing up right alongside during the swim. And he's really tried to make a bit of a move through this third 50.
But Sam's coming back at him now. There's not too much separating them. We'll see who's got the best of it on the turns and this last 50.
So they go around together, only 0.1 between Sam Welsh and Patrick Brown. Once again, though, Sam just staying under, doing a little bit more quality off the turn into the lead. And he's breathing now towards Patrick and starting to pull away quite comfortably. Logan starts to make a little bit of his way back into this field. So it's the Victorian followed by the 2 visitors.
And coming in a touch first, we have Sam Welsh in a 1:55.67 with Logan in second and Patrick in third.
And into the water now with our third heat of the 17, 18-year-old boys for their 200-metre freestyle. 4 very fast laps, and we've seen some very fast times from our previous 2 heats set by Campbell Wilson Moran at a 1:53 and Sam Welsh in a 1:55. As they come down to turn at the 50-metre mark from the third heat, it will be Adonis Giotopoulos leading us around in a 27.12 ahead of Oliver McCormack, with Hunter Mace sitting in third.
So it is Adonis and Oliver who hold that lead through this opening 100 of our third heat of our boys 17, 18 200-metre freestyle. Not getting out quite as fast as those opening couple of heats, but they are still working their way through this 200 nicely as they make their turn at the 100-metre mark in a 56.94, with Adonis slightly ahead of Oliver, and sitting in third place remains Oscar Campbell. So Oscar's sitting just a body length behind. We're going to look for times under that 2-minute mark to give themselves a chance to make the final tonight. You're probably going to need to be in that 1:58 range to really give yourself a chance. So you need to be strong down this third 50 for Oscar to try and make a move up on those our 2 leaders.
So it is close between those boys, with Oliver turning in a 1:27 ahead of Adonis, 1:27.6. Still sitting in third is Oscar Campbell. We know he's got that more distance-focused background as a couple of these swimmers, but so does Oliver McCormack. So we're going to expect to see them push through in this last lap. Adonis trying, to hold off Oscar Campbell as he makes a little last-minute attempt to come through, but it will be Oliver McCormack who holds on for the touch ahead of Adonis, with Oscar in third.
All right, diving into the water, we have our fourth and final heat of the boys 17 to 18 200-metre freestyle.
Just the 4 athletes across our fourth heat all sit around that 206, 207 mark. We'll see what they can do here. I've been impressed by our final heats in a lot of the events earlier. We've had a substantial amount of personal bests throughout them. A couple of them have been PBs across the board, and we would love to be able to see that again with our boys here as they go into the first wall. It will be Edward O'Connor leading ahead of Archie Bonga and Blake Hughes in that third place spot.
Edward is pulling away a little bit in this second 50 coming into the turn. His race plan might be to push this middle 100, open up a gap, and then see what he can do in that last 50 metres. But Blake Hughes isn't letting him get too far ahead. Coming into the turn in a 59 and then a 100 for Blake.
So not a lot separating the two leaders there with Edward O'Connor and Blake Hughes. Blake now breathing towards Edward and Edward towards Blake. So this is where that more racing element comes in. Maybe you throw the tactics out of the car a little bit, but we're going to be able to race these two swimmers side by side, breathing towards each other and be able to see one another. So as they turn for home, they won't have that opportunity. They're going to be just trying to hold on to their position. They'll go around now with only 0.1 separating first and second, and then still really close for that second place spot as well.
Blake is pulling slightly ahead. That eye contact on the third 50 would have been a little bit awkward for these two swimmers, but now he's breathing away. Blake's upped his stroke rate, up the legs, and he's pulling away slightly. We've still got Edward in second and coming in under the flags. Blake will touch the wall first in a 2:03.99 and Edward in second in a 2:04.67. Diving into the water, we have the first heat of the women's 12-year-old 100-metre breaststroke.
Taking it through in the lead at that 25-metre mark was April Lynn. This was a race she was looking forward to. She spoke to me during an interview last night saying she really wanted a 1:15. We'll see what she can do in this morning's heats. The lead she has at this point, you would almost be pretty confident in saying she will get the opportunity to race again in tonight's final. She's taking it out really well here in a 36.85 ahead of Mia Wurza and Lola Lee.
After April, the rest of the field is pretty much even. We'll see who can hold their stroke the best, keeping that efficiency. You don't want to be bobbing up and down when you start getting a little bit tired towards the end of this 100 metres.
And breaststroke is one of those events where you compare it to 100 freestyle or 100 backstroke where your splits can be very, very similar. There is that drop away in the second lap of the breaststroke, so it's all about who can maintain their speed as best as possible. As we come down to touch, it will be April Lynn who wins this one. 118.90 ahead of Mia, 122.55. And third place will go to Lily Macklin over in lane 2 ahead of Lola Lee, 125.86 and 126.21. Underway now with our second heat of 3 for the 12-year-old girls 100-metre breaststroke. Great starts in lane 3 and 5 by Charlotte Ford and Taylor Holt. They've got the early lead as we come through that 25-metre mark, but Micah Chow now starting to join them out in the lead.
In these breaststroke races, you'll see a lot of different techniques, and you've just got to find what works best for you. Some people will keep their head down and always look at the water even when they're breathing, and some people are going to be looking forward when they breathe.
So turning through in first is Audrey Marchand, who moved through the field in that second 25. She had that slightly higher stroke rate in her breaststroke, but it was another really good underwater in lane 5 by Taylor Holt to reclaim that lead after sitting in second at the 50. "15 metres left to swim." And that lead has started to tighten once again, with Micah moving her way up really close to Taylor. Not going to be enough unless she can time that finish better onto the finish. It will be Taylor 122.72 ahead of Micah, and then Charlotte finishes in third.
Into the water now, we have our third and final heat of this 12-year-old 100-metre breaststroke.
So none of the girls really took advantage of that underwater to gain themselves any margin ahead, but as we push through the swim component, the middle lane starting to pull away nicely. Jordan Camfield in lane 3 looks slightly ahead of Angelina Shang. What a night Angelina had last night. She pulled out some medals from lane 9, as well as getting a gold medal as well for herself. We're going to that turn, and she's moved her way into the first place spot now, 38.78 ahead of Jordan Camfield and Catherine Liu in third.
Angelina had a great split stroke off that wall, making the most of it, coming up slightly ahead of the other two girls.
So they were close off the dive, but Angie really worked that underwater, gained half a body length and continues to hold it. Jordan Camfield moving her way up now. She holds onto that second place spot pretty comfortably ahead of Catherine Liu as our 3 leaders come down under the flags. Those placings will remain the same, with Angelina 121.8, Jordan 123.1, and Catherine touching in a 123.9. Hitting the water now, we have event 206, the men's 12-year-old 100-metre breaststroke, and quite a lot of talented young breaststrokers in this age group. We have 5 heats this morning. In lane 4, Gabriel Yeo leads us through at the 35-metre mark.
Gabriel had a great dive and split stroke, coming up a body length ahead of the rest of the field, making the most of it.
As we come into that 50-metre turn, it will be Gabriel out ahead of Billy Main in lane 2, who's done some really great first laps there. Jack Lomax in lane 5, he'll turn in third, just ahead of Zane Matenje down in lane 9.
Gabriel's still pulling away from the rest of the field with Billy Main in second. I don't think anyone's catching Gabriel right now.
Yes, it certainly looks like he has this one under his belt. It will be Gabriel Yeo who takes that in a 1:15.23 ahead of Billy Main, who looks like he's going to hold on for that second place spot. 1:22.72 with Jack Lomax 1:23.72.
Heat 2 of 5 diving into the water now for the men's 12-year-old 100-metre breaststroke.
It's a good start over in lane 7 by Thomas Grasso. We know he's got a lot of speed, put together some good freestyle swims yesterday, mixing it up this morning in the 100 metres breaststroke. Starting to push his way through, though, is Thomas Johnson in the centre of the pool, as well as Samuel Ballet in lane 5. And doing well now is Gary Wang in lane 6 as they come into turn.
Touching first on that 50-metre turn is Gary Wang, followed by Thomas Johnson.
Just 6/100ths separated our leaders at the halfway point, but good skills from Gary Wang, pushing his way up in front now. Starting to make a little bit of a last-minute effort is Samuel Ballet. He's trying to catch up to Thomas and Gary, and those three now comfortably out in with a little bit of a lead ahead of the rest of the boys.
Gary Wang is still slightly ahead of Thomas Johnson coming under the flags. And it looks like Gary Wang's going to touch in first in a 1:21.48, followed by Thomas Johnson in a 1:21.8. Now the third heat is diving into the water of these men's 12-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. And making the best of the starts is lane 4, Ethan Dennison.
Yeah, Ethan had a fantastic start, strong split stroke, popped up in the lead, and he's continuing to extend away from Luca Wentz in lane 3. Those two sit first and second ahead of a tight battle for third. Also starting to move through now is Saxon in lane 2. So once again, off that turn, Ethan put together a really good, strong split stroke, coming up with speed. He's carried it through into this second 50, our athlete from Westbourne. And he's got an 8-metre lead over the rest of the field, who are tightly bunched behind him.
Ethan's got that nice long stroke. He hasn't rated up too much. He's keeping that glide and the efficiency going, which is helping him consolidate his energy for this last little bit, this last 7 metres into the wall.
So it will be Ethan who comes in to take out the third heat in a 1:20.83. In second place, Lucas, and in third, Saxon. So we're underway in our fourth heat for our 12-year-old boys in their 100 breaststroke. Obviously, these swimmers are at their first age long course championships. We're on to day 6 now. It's full of excitement. But as you progress through your age group career, Alana, did you learn better management techniques to get through the 6-day meets?
I definitely did. I was terrible at the start. I would get excited over the smallest things and it would just ruin me for the rest of the meet, and my last couple of days were just terrible. But as I got older, I learned that reset every day, reset every race, and you've got to be able to manage it effectively, because otherwise those last couple of days are going to be shocking.
As we've seen these 12-year-old boys all week throwing huge PB after PB after PB. And so we're getting to our finals heat session. So the challenge is if they can keep that momentum going here on day 6 and through the first 75 metres, a really strong swim by Lewis and Spencer in 6 and 7, and they've got a lead over the rest of the field with 10 metres left to swim.
It is neck and neck between lane 6 and 7. And who gets the touch? It's Lewis in lane 6 in a 127.23 and Spencer in a 127.33.
So we're underway here in our 5th and final heat for our boys 12 years, 100-metre breaststroke. In the centre of the pool, it is Luca Yang who leads through the first 25, Daniel sitting in 2nd, and Samuel in 3rd. So all our swimmers here in our 5th and final heat had an entry time of a 1:33. We saw some big personal bests in the previous heat, and these boys have got out nice and strongly in this first 50 to give themselves every chance.
That was a great split stroke for lane 4, Luca Wang.
So with 25 metres left to swim, Luke is still holding that body length lead over Daniel. Samuel sitting in 3rd place. So it is our Nunawading athlete in the centre of the pool. Is continuing to extend with 15 metres left to swim here in the final heat. As we come underneath the flags and into touch, Luca cracks that 130 barrier for the first time with a nice PB from all 3 of our athletes in our final heat. In the water now is a swim off for event 200. The boys 16 years, 50-metre backstroke. And starting really strongly in lane 5 from Melbourne Swimming Club is Elric Wong. And he leads through the first 25 metres by over a body length. They both swam a 29.55 earlier in the heat session. And Elric is putting together a fantastic swim as he comes underneath the flags to take out this swim off in a 28.41. Great swim there from Elric.
Heat 1 of event 207, the 200-metre freestyle for the girls' 13-year-old diving into the water.
It's a nice even start across the field here for our 13-year-olds. Haru in the centre of the pool from Japan has a slight lead over Melina, our visitor from New Zealand. Also swimming strongly in that opening 50 is Raina Schneiders, and those are our top three as we make our way into our second 50.
A swimmer from Japan in lane 4 pulling away even further in this second 50. She's got a high stroke rate, her legs are up and kicking nice and strong. She's got a body length lead now.
As Kaharu makes her way through to that 100-metre turn, she turns through in a 1:03.84. Melina in second, and Raina Schneiders holding on to third place. So those top three athletes have now pulled a body length clear over both Indy, Herbert, and Kimberly Chen in lane 3 and 2.
Our lane 5 swimmer Melina is coming up on lane 4 now, putting together a really good third 50 and closing that gap into this last turn.
So it's still Kaharu who leads slightly ahead of Melina, with Raina Schneiders remaining in third place as we enter this final 50 for our opening heat of our girls 13 years 200-metre freestyle. Our two leaders are having a great battle out in front as they're going stroke for stroke down this final 25, really working towards the wall nice and strongly in an effort to get their hand on the wall first. They're accelerating against each other as they come underneath the flags and down to touch together. It will go to Melina by 4/100ths of a second ahead of Kaharu, with Raina in third.
Diving into the water now is heat 2 of this 200-metre freestyle. We are missing lane 5 from this event, so that opens up a spot for the top 10 tonight in finals.
There's a really strong start in the centre of the pool from Amy Bai. Got almost a body length lead over Tara Sarjawan. And Amy emerges into this second 50 and continues to put the pressure on, pulling away from the rest of the field. Swimming strongly out in lane 1 is Ella Shea. Ella's now moved into second place in this second 50 ahead of Tara. So through the 100-metre turn, Amy Bai continues to extend that lead over Ella sitting in second place, Tara remaining in third, and the battle for fourth is tightening up.
See all the swimmers bringing in their legs a little bit more on this third 50 in the second 100 of the 200. Some stroke rates increasing, getting ready for that final 50 coming up.
So as you were talking about earlier in a 200, you want to feel like you're building, you're re-accelerating in that third 50. Is bringing in the legs part of that?
Bringing in the legs can help with that rhythm. Your legs come up, then your stroke rate can come up as well. Because otherwise you're just kicking and your arms stay nice and slow. You've got to be able to use that to get your rhythm going.
So with 30 metres left to swim in our second heat, of our girls 13 years 200 metre freestyle. It is Amy comfortably out in front. Ella Shea's putting a fantastic performance in out in lane 1. Ella had an entry time of 2:22.9, and she's going to absolutely annihilate that in her race to the wall for second place. But out in front, it will be Amy who takes the heat win out. Ella in a big personal best, and a tight battle for third goes the way of Tara.
Heat 3 of 4 in the water now of this 200 metre freestyle, and it looks like a pretty even start across all of the lanes.
So as we move through this first 25 metres, swimming strongly is Emily Croetta. We saw her take out the 100 breaststroke state championship last night, so we know she's having a good meet. Our athlete from South Gippsland Bats will sit in second place behind Amelia Broughton, and with Claire Baker in third. So it is Amelia Broughton in the centre of the pool from Western Aquatic, who now has a body length lead over the rest of the field, who are nice and tightly bunched.
Lane 4, Amelia is looking nice and relaxed coming into this second turn. We'll see if she accelerates off the wall and starts building again. She still looks relaxed, but the legs are up a little bit higher in this third 50.
So Amelia was the only athlete in that 34-second range. Everyone else was 35s and a couple of low 36s in that second 50. So we'll see if Amelia is able to maintain sub 35 second 50 here on this third one. That third 50 is always the hardest one to maintain your speed. From second, third and fourth 50 should all be matching up pretty evenly as we turn through the 150 metre mark. And Joss just dropped into that 35 low range. Emily's holding on to second place, which she's had since that opening 50. And she's looking towards making another big inroads in her personal best. She's got 25 metres left to swim, with Miley Bird also flying home nice and strongly in lane 3, our athlete from Bendigo East. But out in front, it is Amelia Broughton who takes our third heat out in a 2:15.48. Emily in second and Miley in third. Underway in our fourth and final heat of girls 13 years 200 metre freestyle and our 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. Swimming Victoria's major sponsor and aquatic facilities maintenance partner is Mattioli. With over 50 years of experience, Mattioli are experts in building and upgrading pools. This partnership connects organisations seeking advice directly to Mattioli, playing a pivotal role in shaping the future of swimming in Victoria. This collaboration not only enhances the support and resources available, but also reinforces Swimming Victoria's position as a leader in fostering better swimming facilities and opportunities across the region. It's a great step forward to ensuring continued growth and improvement in Victoria's swimming infrastructure.
All right, we're at the 100 metre mark of this 200 freestyle, and Audrey Bailey in lane 5, just ahead of Tatum Geething in lane 3.
So it is our Traralgon athlete in Audrey who leads down this third 50. Nice, strong opening 100 from both our athletes. Have given themselves every chance to swim a personal best time here.
Audrey turning ahead of Tatum again at that 150 metre mark. Both of the athletes bringing in their legs, lifting up their rates for this final 50, seeing how fast they can go and how much they can push this last lap.
So with 25 metres left to swim, Audrey is still holding that body length and a half advantage over Tatum that she established in that opening 100, and with that both swimming strong third 50s as they come underneath the flags and down to touch in our fourth and final heat. It will be Audrey ahead of Tatum. In the water now is heat 1 of event 208, the boys 13 years 200 metre freestyle. And off to a nice strong start in lane 6 is Fletcher Cummings, as he's attacked that first 25 and now settling into his rhythm. As we move through this first 50 metres, it is Thomas Poppins who's taken over the lead ahead of Lucas Wang, with Fletcher Cummings sitting in third place. As we make our way towards that 100 metre turn here in our first heat for our boys 13 years 200 metre freestyle, Andrew Wang has taken over the lead just ahead of Fletcher Cummings, with Thomas Poppins sitting in third place. Rupert Davin's also putting together a strong swim alongside Lucas Wang. So our top 5 have pulled away from the rest of the field down this third 50.
Third 50 can be make or break in a 200 freestyle. You really want to attack it, get that lead going into the final 50, and it's so much easier to hold on to a lead than it is to try and overtake everyone else.
And the fastest through that third 50 was Thomas Poppins, dropping under 33 seconds as he accelerated away from his competitors. Fletcher Cummins is holding on to second place, with Andrew Wang sitting in third. With 25 metres left to swim in our opening heat of our boys 13 years 200 freestyle, Thomas Poppins and Fletcher Cummings are going to be racing to the wall to take out honours here in this first heat, and it will be Thomas Poppins who gets the touch 1/10 of a second ahead of Fletcher, with Andrew Wang in third.
Heat 2 in the water now for this 13-year-old's 200 metre freestyle. It's a pretty even start, but those middle lanes now starting to get slightly ahead.
So as we approach this first turn, it's Jack Hayes, our Surf Coast swimming athlete, pulling ahead. We've seen him competing in a number of different events across the freestyles. and he's always nice and aggressive in this opening start to his races. But what he's done a really good job of throughout the meet is then holding that intensity across his entire duration of the event. So Jack Hayes continues to lead just ahead of Lincoln Hall, and Evan Yam sitting in third place.
Lincoln Hall not letting Jack get ahead. In fact, Lincoln Hall turns first ahead of Jack at that 100-meter mark, and a great turn. He's now got a quarter of a body length on the rest of the field.
So it is our top 3 athletes, Lincoln, Jack and Evan, who've got a body length of ahead of the rest of the field, with Thomas O'Toole currently sitting in 4th place. As we work our way through to our final turn, it will be Lincoln leading just ahead of Jack, Evan sitting in 3rd, Thomas in 4th. Thomas O'Toole did have the fastest of those third 50s as he started to make some ground on our 3 leaders.
Lincoln once again had a great turn and underwater skills coming up ahead, but Jack's not letting him get away either. We now have Jack coming up alongside, along with Thomas O'Toole coming through. Under the flags, it's pretty even. We'll see who gets the touch. First place going to Lincoln Hall in a 2:08.08 with Jack and Thomas in 2nd and 3rd. Heat 3 of 3 diving into the water now, the final heat of the men's 13-year-old 200-meter freestyle. And it's a great start from lane 6, Peter Kim, using that skills off the start, those underwater kicks to get up into his rhythm.
The first 2 heats have set the standard really high for our 13-year-old boys. We've had 7 athletes swimming under 2:11. So these athletes in this 3rd heat will know that they'll need to put together a really strong swim to give themselves a chance to make the final tonight. And it is Peter Kim who's leading by a body length at the 75-metre mark, ahead of Lachlan Bull, with Fraser Blair now moving into 3rd place.
Peter Kim's looking nice and relaxed coming into this turn. And he turns in a 1:01.7, followed by Lachlan Bull in a 1:02.8.
So that strong opening 100 from Peter Kim has given himself a chance to post a really strong time in this morning's heat session. Lachlan Bull sitting in 2nd place, Fraser Blair in 3rd. They've got a body length lead over Matthew Kim in lane 7, who's currently in 4th. As we make our way through to this final turn, it's still Peter Kim who's led from the start and is putting together a really strong 200 here as he brings in the legs off the final wall. Lachlan Bull in 2nd, Fraser Blair 3rd.
It's a nice strong kick coming from the back of Lachlan Bull and Peter Kim coming under the flags. It's going to be Peter Kim touching in a 2:05.9. So that will get him safely into the final with Lachlan Bull 2nd, 2:08.8.
And Fraser Blair should also now qualify for the final tonight.
In the water now, event 209, the girls' 14-year-old 100-metre backstroke. Heat 1 is in the water. Henrietta had a great start with the underwaters, but Lucy Ma is not letting her go too far.
We've seen Henrietta really work those underwaters at every event she's competed at these championships. She's holding on to a half body length lead as she works her way through this opening 50 and into that turn in a 32.57. Lucy Ma sitting in second place and Sierra Kaufman in third. Sierra's put it really strong underwaters there, getting out to almost 12.5 metres to pull up alongside Lucy Ma as those two are battling for second and third in this heat behind Henrietta.
You can see the difference in stroke rates. Henrietta has her arms moving a lot faster than that of Lucy Ma and Sierra. Coming under the flags, there's a body length lead for Henrietta, and she's going to touch in a 105.9 with Sierra in second in a 108 and Lucy Ma in a 108.3. Heat 2 of 6 in the water for this 14-year-old 100-metre backstroke. Had a great start in lane 4 from Jade Lyles, our visitor from New Zealand.
Yeah, really worked those strong underwaters, popping up right at that 15-metre mark and extended her lead out to a body length over Sershi and Matilda. So through that first 50 metres, it is Jade Lyles who continues to lead, ahead of Saoirse in second, Matilda Young in third.
Had a great turn for Jade, staying underwater for almost 10 metres there, putting a body length gap on the rest of the field.
As we make our way through that 75-metre mark and down underneath the false start rope with 15 metres left to swim, it is all Jade Lyles out in front. And she comes underneath the flags to take our second heat of girls 14 years 100 backstroke out in a 105.97. Head of Saoirse second and Matilda in third.
Heat 3 of 6 in the water now, and staying under for the longest is lane 5, Tiffany Miette.
So Tiffany pops up alongside Mackenzie Tobin. So it is lane 4 and 5, starting off nice and strongly here in our third heat. Also, Mei Huang going nicely in lane 3. So those centre 3 lanes have got a body length lead over the rest of the field as they approach the 50-metre turn.
Coming into the wall, it looks like lane 4 is going to get her feet there first. Mackenzie in a 32.3. Very closely followed by Tiffany and Mia. But off the turn, Mackenzie looked like she's just slightly extended that lead.
So both Mia and Tiffany really worked that underwater part of that turn, coming up at about the 10-metre mark. But it is Mackenzie who continues to lead with 15 metres left to swim, just ahead of Tiffany. Mia sitting in 3rd place. It's a really strong second 50 from Tiffany. She's coming alongside Mackenzie as they go underneath the flags and down to touch together. It will be Mackenzie who gets the touch ahead of Tiffany, with Mia in 3rd.
Heat 4 of 6 diving in now of this 14-year-old 100-metre backstroke, and a pretty even start across all of the lanes.
So as we work through the first 25 metres, we have 6 leaders who are going stroke for stroke down this opening 50. Adelaide Sun in lane 8 had the best of the starts, working all the way out to a 14.5 metres. And she's in contention as we make our way through the first 50 metres, but it will be Carissa who leads just ahead of Chloe, and Adeline in 3rd.
It's still pretty even across the whole field here. We'll see who can pull away, get their stroke rate up, get their legs up for this last 25 metres.
And doing a fantastic job in the centre of the pool is Chloe Hume. Definitely had the fastest second 50 of the field, and she's pulled over a body length ahead of everyone else as she comes underneath the flags to take out our 4th heat of girls 14 years 100 backstroke in a nice time of 1:12.25. Matilda in 2nd and Clarissa in 3rd. What lane?
Our second last heat, heat 5 of 6, diving into the water now. We have a strong start from lane 7. Natalie Lim taking it out nice and fast, making the most of those underwaters.
Also swimming strongly in the centre of the pool is both Ava and Leonie. So those 3 look to be our leaders as we head towards this one and only turn in the 100-metre backstroke.
Turning first there was Leonie in lane 5, followed by Natalie in lane 7. Both of them staying underwater for about 7 metres, but now we've got Leonie pulling ahead, lifting that stroke rate, and she's got half a body length lead on Natalie.
So Leonie Muster continues to lead with 15 metres left to swim here in our 5th heat of girls 14 years 100-metre backstroke as she comes underneath the flags and down to touch in 1:13.84. Natalie in second, with Hayley Warrants swimming strongly in that second 50 for third. We are underway here in our sixth and final heat of our girls' 14 years 100-metre backstroke, and off to a really strong start. In lane 6 is Jessica Campbell from Furbank Aquastar. She leads just ahead of Lexi Freeston, with Ali Hutchinson sitting in third place. So as we make our way down to the 50-metre turn, Jessica Campbell continues to lead. Turns through in a 35.24. Lexi sitting in second and Ali in third.
See Jessica's arms moving nice and quick. She's got a higher stroke rate than the other two girls in this event. But the other two look like they're catching Jessica. We'll see if she can hold on all the way to the wall.
So with 15 metres left to swim in our sixth and final heat, it's getting nice and tight. Jessica Campbell has led from the start, but coming up alongside her is Ali Hutchinson as they go underneath the flags. And on the touch, it will be Jessica Campbell who holds on ahead of Ali and Lexi in third.
Diving into the water now is event 210, the boys' 14-year-old 100-metre backstroke. This is heat 1 of 4.
And it's a straight line across the pool through that first 25. Broderick Coyne in lane 6, trying to make a little bit of a move, but now in this second 25 in lane 4, it's Kepler Schneiders who's working his way alongside Broderick, and those two are going to go into the turn in first and second, with Chris Zhu following behind in third. And a really strong net turn there from Kepler Schneiders. He emerges in the lead. Broderick is holding on to second place, and now moving into third is Aiden Tang, as they've got 15 metres left here to go in heat 1.
Kepler Schneiders there touching first in a 103.3, followed by Aiden Tang in a 104.5. And third place goes to Broderick Coyne. Heat 2 now in the water, and the boys in the middle lanes deciding to stay under for the full 15 metres, make the most of those kicks.
So it is Ishak who's holding on to a slight advantage over Angus Goodison. Also swimming strongly in this opening 50 is Xavier Gray. As we make our way through the turn, it will be Angus Goodison who leads ahead of Ishak. Xavier in third.
Most of these boys staying under for 7 or 8 metres off that turn. Coming up, getting their arms stroking nice and quick. And it is Angus Goodison in the lead right now, but not too far behind is Ishak.
So with 5 metres left to swim, Angus is holding on to his lead and will take the heat out in a 1:03.66. Ishak in second and Xavier in third.
Currently swimming, we have heat 3 of the 14-year-old 100-metre backstroke. Pretty even start, but it looks like Hang Tang has his arms moving nice and quick, and it looks like he's going to take it out for the first 50.
Nice, positive, aggressive start from Hang Tang Wang in lane 4. As he works his way towards this 50-metre turn, turns through under 30 seconds in 29.51. If he's able to maintain it down this second 50, he's given himself a chance to swim a good personal best time. That stroke rate has dropped down a little bit in this third 25. Sitting in second place is Christopher Lee, with Barron now moving up into third. So out in front, Hang Tang Wang has had control of this heat from the start. That stroke rate has slowed down in this second 50, but he's in control and takes it down to 1:03.01. Christopher in second and Barron in third.
Fourth and final heat of event 210 in the water now. Very even start across all the lanes, but it does look like Harvey Waters has a slight lead over Blake.
So it is our Melbourne Swimming Club athlete who leads through the opening 25, just ahead of our visitor in Blake in lane 2. So it's 2 and 3 going stroke for stroke down this opening 50 here in heat 4. They make the turn together, and Blake has a slight edge as he really worked those last 5 metres into the wall nice and strongly. Harvey pops up with more speed though and recaptures that lead after they move through the 75-metre mark.
Still neck and neck, lanes 2 and 3. Coming under that 15-metre rope, it does look like Blake now has a slight lead over Harvey coming under the flags. And it does look like Blake will take it out in a time of 1:09.24 and Harvey in second in a 1:09.34. Turning our attention to the other end of the pool now for event 211, the 15-year-olds 50-metre breaststroke. This is heat 1 of 6. And out in lane 4, Emily Daunt. She is having a great meet. She's coming up first off that split stroke and just extending her lead. It's a pretty even field behind her, but it does look like Kalia Enters from Nunawading is in second. But I don't think anyone is catching Emily Daunt right now. And she touches the wall in a time of 32.6, followed by Kalia Enters in 34.2.
And we're off in our second heat of our girls 15 years 50 breaststroke. And in the centre of the pool, it's Vera Zeng who leads through the first 15 metres, ahead of Taryn. Also swimming strongly is Lily Chan. They are our 3 leaders with 15 metres left to swim. So Vera holding on to that slight edge over Taryn, with Lily also swimming strongly in the second half of this 50. Those 3 head underneath the flags together and down to touch. It will be Vera who gets the touch. Taryn in second and Lily in third.
Diving into the water now, we have heat 3 of 6 in this 50-metre breaststroke. And making the most of that start, we have Eve Lawrence coming up, but Leona isn't letting her get too far away. They are stroke for stroke, top 3 currently, but Eve is slightly ahead. Leona's coming up alongside her now. It's who can hold their stroke the best, who can hold their efficiency, and keep going. Under the flags, we have Leona coming in first. Looks like she's going to touch the wall in a time of 34.5, followed by Eve Lawrence in 35.2 and Charisse Chan in 35.4.
So our 4th heat is in the water and moving through that first 15 metres nice and strongly. In lane 2 is Chloe, who she's got almost a half body length lead. Our athlete from Caulfield over the rest of the field. Swimming strongly alongside her is Lynn. So they're 1-2 with 15 metres left to swim. But it is Chloe who has led from the start. Lynn is coming really strong in the final 15 metres as they go to the wall together. Chloe gets the touch ahead of Lynn, with Pippa Barr in third. Starting nice and strongly is Amelia Lamb in lane 8 here in our 5th heat. She leads through the opening 25. Now coming through in the middle of the pool is Renee Lee. So Renee Lee and Yang Yang come up alongside Amelia with 15 metres left to swim. Also swimming strongly is Felicity Scarf in lane 1. Those 4 have had a slight advantage over the rest of the field as they head underneath the flags and down to touch. And it will be Yang Yang who takes it out, with Amelia in second. Our sixth and final heat of our girls 15 years 50-metre breaststroke, making their way through the 25-metre mark. It is Sophie Ryan just ahead of India, with Lathana making a strong move in this second 25. Lathana moves into the lead with 15 metres left to swim, and Zoe Behrens is now up to second place. So all four of our athletes have had a piece of this lead in this final heat as we come underneath the flags. It will be Lathana ahead of Zoe, with Sophie in third. In the water now is heat one of event 212, the boys 15 years 50-metre breaststroke. Swimming really strongly in lane 5 is Harold Zhu. He leads through the first 25 metres. Xavier Eagle is now starting to make some ground on him, as well as Peter in lane 3. So it is those three who come underneath the flags together, and down to touch with a really strong finish on the wall was Xavier Eagle, just ahead of Harold, with Peter in third. In the water of our second heat of our boys 15 years 50-metre breaststroke, and is Byron Gang in the centre of the pool off to a really strong start. We saw a number of the boys in that opening heat going under that 31-second mark. Byron will look to join them here. So Byron continues to lead with 15 metres left to swim here in our second heat, as he comes underneath the flags and in for a 29.93. Not only does he join the sub-31s, he's got a personal best there and joined that very exclusive club of sub-30-second 50 breaststrokers. Well done, Byron. Underway in heat 3 of our boys 15 years 50 breaststroke, and it's Rixau in lane 5 who leads through the opening 25. Eugene Jin is now moving right up alongside him in lane 4. A really strong second 25 from Eugene, and he's taken over the lead ahead of Rick, with Max sitting in third place. Under the flags, it is Eugene who takes out the heat win in a 30.42. Rick in second and Max in third.
Diving into the water now, we have heat 4. And staying underwater longest, we have Alfred Hahn, who's popped up ahead. But the rest of the field looks pretty even. We now have Eugene Tang coming along beside him, as well as Nathan Rogers. And it does look like lane 7, Thomas is coming up nice and strong in the lead with these two Nunawading boys, Nathan and Thomas. But the middle of the pool can't be discounted. And touching in first is Thomas in lane 7 in a 34.8, followed by Nathan in a 34.87.
And we're underway in our 5th and final heat of our boys' 15 years, 50-metre breaststroke. And through the first 25 metres, Christopher Lee holds a slight lead over Ryan and Isaac. With 15 metres left to swim, Ryan has now moved into the lead. So it will be Ryan from Surrey Park who has pulled away from the rest of the field in this 5th heat to take it down to 34.77.
Diving into the water now, we have event 213, the girls' 16-year-old 100-metre freestyle. This is heat 1 of 5. And taking that early lead is Macy Sheridan in lane 4, our visitor from Darwin.
She's putting together a really strong opening 50, leading ahead of Amelia Basic in lane 3. So as we make our way through this turn, it will be Macy Sheridan who leads ahead of Amelia. Sitting in 3rd place is Claudia Croata. Expect to see both Lucy Doyle and Madison Brand make a bit of a move in this second 50. We know they're known for more of their distance events. They did join us earlier in the week in the commentary booth after their 1500 freestyles, and they are moving through in this second 50. But out in front, it is all Macy Sheridan, and she comes into touch in a 58.29. Emily in second. No, Lucy gets the touch for second, just ahead of Emily.
Heat 2 diving into the water now. Arabella Tomlinson getting the best of the starts there, but it still looks pretty even. Elizabeth Mack up there as well, using those underwater kicks to get that lead at the start.
We know that Elizabeth's always really strong on her underwaters. So it will be Arabella, Celeste and Elizabeth who head into that first turn together alongside Alyssa Meddings.
Arabella staying under the longest there, using those kicks. She looks like she's in the lead this final 25 metres. but Elizabeth Mack is also there alongside her.
So with 15 metres left to swim, here's Arabella Tomlinson, who continues to hold a slight advantage over Elizabeth Mack as those two head underneath the flags and down to touch here in Heat 2. With a touch going to Arabella, Elizabeth in second and Celeste in third.
Underway now, we have Heat 3 of this 16-year-old 100-metre freestyle. Fairly even start for this one. Maybe a slight advantage in lane 3 for Caitlin Ord.
We know Caitlin likes the 50-metre events, so she's using that speed to get out nice and fast. She holds that slight edge through the first 25, but now moving up alongside her is both Zali Schneiders and Ava Candy. And also swimming well down in lane 8 is Emma Grave. So as we make our way back down this second 50, Ava Candy has extended her lead ever so slightly over Zali Schneiders, with Caitlin Ord holding on to third place.
Zali looks like she may be slightly coming back a little bit at Ava Candy. It's going to be a tight one between these two at the finish, but underneath the flags, it looks like Zali's just got it. And Zali will touch in a 1001, followed by Ava Candy in a 1003. Heat 4 of 5 in the water. Very even start here. We have lane 4 taking a slight lead once she came up to start the swimming. Got some strong legs across the whole field.
So it is Angelina Nguyen who leads through that opening 25, with Julia Woznicki in second place.
Angelina will turn first in a time of 29.66. Straight up, barely any underwaters, and she's back into her stroke for this final 50.
She's given herself a good chance to swim under her entry time and personal best of a 103.51 with that sub 30-second first 50. As she makes her way down this second lap with 15 metres left to swim, she's continuing to hold that slight edge over Julia, but it is tightening up as they go underneath the flags and down to touch. It will be Julia who had the strongest second 50 to come over and take the heat win ahead of Angelina, with Stella in third.
Fifth and final heat of this 16-year-old 100-metre freestyle underway now. And it is a good start in lane 6 from Meg. And along with her, Stella Patton in lane 7.
So Meg continues to hold that lead through the opening 25. Stella is coming up alongside her hips. And those two have got a slight lead over Jemima Hale through this opening 50. So Meg leads through in a 30.19. So we saw the previous heat swimming 102s and 103s, getting out at a similar speed. Meg's entry time is a 104.65. So once again, if she can put together a strong second 50 here, She's on for a nice personal best time alongside Stella as those two go head-to-head with 15 metres left to swim.
Coming now under the flags, it is Meg still in first. Stella's not too far behind, but Meg will touch in a 103.0, followed by Stella in a 103.7. Event 214 now in the water. The men's 16-year-old 100-metre freestyle. This is heat 1 of 6.
Lemel off to a really strong start down in lane 8, but in the middle of the pool, starting to work into the lead, is Liam Brown. So Liam will turn through first, Lemuel in second, and Steve Hansen in third. We've seen Liam Brown from the Northern Territory put in a number of good performances across a range of different freestyle distances this week, and he's no exception here. For a 100-metre freestyle, he's pulled out to almost a body length lead over the rest of the field, and he will take out this opening heat in a 52.00 ahead of Steve with Harry in third.
Heat 2 now diving into the water, and it is a great start from Eli Billman and Bart in lane 5. We know these boys have some great speed, and they're using it to their advantage in this first 50.
So those two have a half body length lead over Gianmarco Paraduso, who's now trying to make a bit of a move into this first and only turn. So it will be Bart from Eli, Gianluca sitting in third place, with Patrick in fourth. A really strong turn there from Bart. Used his underwaters to extend his lead over Eli. Eli's now trying to chase back in this final 25.
Coming down now under the 15-metre rope, it is still Bart leading over Eli. And now under the flags, Bart has a half a body length lead. He touches in a 53.1 with Eli in second in a 53.9. Heat 3 underway now. This is the final seeded heat for this event, and is a very even start for this heat.
So if anything, through that first 25, Luca Brown had a slight advantage, but really working the second 25 of this opening 50 is Cameron in lane 4. So those two turn together at the 50-metre mark, with William Goldstraw and Ryan Sinclair also in the mix. Once again, off that wall, Luca Brown pops up into the lead, works a strong underwater work, and leads with 15 metres left to swim. But Luke Cameron's trying to respond, and Ryan's not to be discounted either as they head underneath the flags here in Heat 3 and down to touch in a 53.68. It is Luca Brown, Cameron in second, and Ryan in third.
Heat 4 of 6 underway now in our men's 16-year-old 100-metre freestyle. It is a good start from lane 7. Keanu Dingle. He used those underwaters to his advantage, and he now has a slight lead over the rest of the field.
So Keanu leads at that 50-metre mark, ahead of Billy Fisher in second in lane 9 and Campbell Nicholson in third in lane 0. So action all the way across the pool, and also swimming really well out of lane 3 is Yash. So those first 4 have a half-body length lead over the rest of the field as we work our way down to our final 15 metres. Taking over the lead now is Billy and Campbell on opposite sides of the pool as we head underneath the flags. Billy's holding on to a slight lead as they reach for the wall. It will be Campbell who just gets the touch ahead of Billy, with Kanu in third.
Diving now into the water, we have heat 5 of the men's 16-year-old 100-metre freestyle. Very, very even start here. Lanes 1 and 2 looking good off that start, but don't forget lane 9, James Briffer. He had a good start using that easy speed that he's got. He will turn first in a 26.8, followed by Gordon Chen in lane 2 in a 27.00. Some good underwaters from lane 9 and lane 2. But lane 1, Xavier Abilene, he's coming back. The middle of the pool now starting to catch up. We have 25 metres to go, and it looks like it is Xavier who has the lead. Coming now under the flags. It's going to be Xavier who touches first in a 56.08, and Gordon who touches second in a 56.5. We now have our 6th and final heat of this event, the men's 16-year-old 100-metre freestyle in the water. And it is a great start from lanes 8 and 9, Lucas Thornton and James McGrath. Coming down under the flags, we also have lane 0 who looks to be in the lead, turning in a 26.9 with Lucas Thornton in second. Some good skills and underwaters from Cade in lane 0. He still has the lead with 25 metres to go. Lucas Thornton still in the race, but it does look like Cade Cannon in lane 0, coming under the flags now, will touch in first, and he touches in a time of 56.8 with Lucas Thornton in second in a 57.5. Diving into the water now, we have event 215, the girls 17 to 18 years, 200-metre breaststroke. This is heat 1 of 2.
Getting off to a nice strong start in the centre of the pool is Jasmine Lyons. Now, if I remember rightly, Alana, you had a good race with Jasmine last year in this very event.
Yes, I definitely did. It was a tough one.
And for those who are able to see the scoreboard, the title holder time of 2:34.41, that was Alana Torrance, who's joined us in the commentary today. So you can talk us through this 200 breaststroke as Jasmine leads through in a 36.21. So nice strong opening 50 there from Jasmine. What you're going to be focusing on in this second 50.
She needs to make sure she keeps her technique consistent, her strokes nice and long, not using too much energy, getting nice and wide with those hands. You don't want to be slipping on any water now, because that just means your second 100 is not going to be good at all.
So Jasmine is doing a really good job of continuing to stay long, tall, stretched out as she makes her way towards this 100-metre turn. So it will be Jasmine who leads through. It is a tight battle behind, with Eliza holding on to second place just ahead of Isabella and Stella.
These girls would have done enough 200 breaststrokes by now to know their stroke counts, where they need to be to see whether they're the same efficiency as they were when they did their PB.
So Jasmine is extending her lead out in front. Our visitor from Auckland in New Zealand holds a 10-metre lead over the rest of the field as she works her way down to this final 50. So as she's going into this final 50, what are you going to be focusing on for that last lap?
Especially in the heats, you want to focus on being able to hold that technique. When you're in a race in the finals, your gut instinct is to put your rate as high as you can, spin your arms, and think that that's going to help you move. But it actually won't. You need to stay nice and long, which Jasmine seems to be doing. She's rated up a little bit, but she's still keeping her length and her glide the same. It is a nice battle for second, with lanes 1, 2 and 3 all pretty even there. But Jasmine is still in the lead, with coming under the flags now. She's nice and long on that touch, and it's a 2:41.2 for Jasmine Lyles.
So we're underway in our second of our two heats for our girls 17, 18, 200-metre breaststroke. Starting strongly in the centre of the pool is Claire and Farida, with Zoe Schneider going with them in this opening 25. So we talked about that opening 50, getting out nice and fast and relaxed. All these swimmers look to be doing that as they make their way through to this 50-metre turn. It will be Farida who leads through just ahead of Claire, and Zoe sitting in third place.
It was a fairly even turn for the first three in this race, Farida, Claire and Zoe, but it looks like Farida is pulling ahead now. She's staying nice and long. She doesn't pop up too much when she goes to breathe. She stays nice and low with the water and uses that kick as a propulsion into that glide phase.
So Farida slowly extending that lead down this second 50. She turns through the 100. And she gained a second and a half over Claire and almost 2 seconds over Zoe in that second 50. So she was just able to maintain her speed a little bit better than her closest competitors here. So as we move into this third 50, everyone always talks about in breaststroke those legs hurting and being painful because it is such a leg-dominated stroke. What other parts of your body start to really hurt as you work into this third and fourth 50 of a 200 breaststroke?
Your forearms definitely burn with that stroke going nice and wide. You want to be holding the water with your forearms. So after especially 100 metres, they start burning, and you just got to be able to hold on as best as you can, push through that lactic acid that you're feeling, and just keep going.
As you were talking about in that earlier heat of being not feeling like you're rushing your rate, and obviously when those forearms start to hurt, that's very tempting, but really keeping the pressure on those hands and your forearms all the way through that pull and the outward phase of that pull.
as they start to burn, it is very easy just to go into old habits and come in nice and narrow. But the way to get your breaststroke nice and fast and consistent is to keep it wide as you can, without trying to slip on any water. But we have Farida coming in under the flags now, and she's going to touch in a time of 2:40.96. She was very consistent with those splits across those 50s.
With Zoe in second and Claire in third.
Diving into the water now, we have event 216, the men 17 to 18 years, 200-metre breaststroke. This is heat 1 of 2.
So through the opening 25, it's Felix Dressel-De Bruyn who's leading. We know Felix has got really good speed across the 50 and 100-metre distance, so it's no surprise that he's also using that early speed to his advantage as he leads through this opening 50 in a 33.15. Darcy Stewart sitting in second and Harry Heath in third.
Harry had a great turn there, popping up in second place, using that split stroke to help him gain an advantage over Darcy Stewart. But Felix out in front, looking nice and long and strong, holding that technique, holding that glide. He doesn't come up too high either when he takes his breath, keeping his head down.
So as we make our way through to the 100-metre turn, it is Felix Dressel-De Bruyn who leads ahead of Harry Heath. Darcy Stewart sitting in third place.
Harry always likes to even split these as much as he can. Training with him, he works on that back end. So watch out for him. I don't think he'll catch Felix today, but he will make the gaps a bit closer, I think, on this last turn especially.
Yeah, we know out of the 3 breaststroke distances, Felix probably prefers the 2 shorter ones. Harry prefers this 200-metre event. But they always all tackle all 3 of them, and it is Felix who leads through ahead of Harry Heath. Now Mitchell Davies has moved into third place. You'll notice Mitchell is wearing the Funky Trunk racing suit. Funky Trunk and Funkita are a long-time partner of Swimming Victoria, not only providing colourful training suits, but colourful and fantastic quality racing bathers.
Coming in now under the 15-metre rope. Felix is still there in front. Harry is coming in second. Both of them just lifted their rate slightly, but Felix will touch first in a 2:22.7, and Harry is in there second in a 2:26.87. In the water now, we have our second and final heat of this men's 17 to 18 years 200 breaststroke. It's a very even start there between Nick Stupas and Max Malone in the middle 2 lanes.
So once again, we know that Nick loves the 50 and 100-metre distances. He's probably not in love with the 200s, but he's giving it a good crack here in this opening 50. Going through first in a 33.41. Max sitting in second and Tom Erhardt in third.
Nick Stupas had a great turn and split stroke there, holding his stroke nice and long. His rate looks very similar to the first 50, which is how you want it to be, holding it nice and consistent.
So Nick Stupas continues to hold a slight lead over Max Malone, who's making some grounds in this second 50. He's obviously been a focus, making sure he tries to maintain that tempo and rhythm from the first 50 into the second 50. He's closed that margin, holding himself under 38 seconds, with Nick just to 38.0.
Nick once again gaining an advantage off that split stroke and underwater. So Max catches him in the swim, but Nick Stupas gets ahead off the walls.
So Tom Erhardt sitting in third place, just ahead of Nikolai Trophimachine in fourth. So there's a battle for first and second, and battle for third and fourth in this second heat.
Nikolai is coming up on Tom Erhardt on this third 50. So we'll see who can get that third place in the final 50.
This time it's Nicholas Stupas who gains a couple of tenths of a second on Max Malone and uses that split stroke off that final wall to extend out to a 3/4 of body length lead. He's now increasing his rate but still holding on to good water, and he's out to almost a body length with 25 metres left to swim.
He's still holding that glide phase nice and long, even on this last 50, when all you want to do is rate up to try and get to the wall faster. But coming in under the flags, Nick Stupas is going to touch first in a 2:28.9, with Max Malone just behind him in second in a 2:30.05.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 219, the girls' 12 years 50-metre backstroke. We have 4 heats of this event, and through the first 25 metres, Rena Ko put together a really strong start. Also going with her is Charlotte Ford. Those two lead with 15 metres left to swim. A body length clear off the rest of the field, with Lucy Olsen and Mackenzie Wilson contesting that third place. Underneath the flags and down to touch, it will be Rena who gets there 1/100th a second ahead of Charlotte, with Lucy Olsen in third.
Heat 2 diving into the water now for this 12-year-old 50-metre backstroke. Had Rika staying under the water the longest, popping up ahead of the rest of the field. It's a pretty tight battle. Everyone's arms moving nice and fast, legs are up. It does look like lane 4 maybe slightly in the lead. Victoria Dang just ahead of Reika Zhang. Coming under the flags. Victoria looks to just have it touching in a time of 32.8 and Reika Zhang in 33.1.
Underway in heat 3 of our girls 12 years 50-metre backstroke. Popping up really strongly in lane 6, April Lynn. We've seen her perform some fantastic skills across all her races this competition at our 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. She's done that once again to hold the lead through the 35-metre mark. The battle for second behind her is really tight, and Mia Clements is flying home, but also swimming well as Mariella Simmons. As they go into touch, it will be April, Mariella in second, and Mia in third.
Underway now, we have our 4th and final heat of the girls 12-year-old 50-metre backstroke, and it's a good start from Christine Chi in lane 7. She used the full 15 metres to her advantage to pop up ahead, but the other girls are now catching up to her. In the middle of the field, we have Emma and Sophia in lane 4 and 5. They're coming in nice and strong, good head positions. But it also might be lane 2. Coming in under the flags, it looks like lane 7 has it, followed by lane 2. Actually, lane 2 gets it in a 36.1, followed by lane 7 in a 36.17.
In the water now is heat 1 of event 220, the boys 12 years 50-metre backstroke. We have 4 heats of this event, and leading through the first 25 in heat 1 is Yi Yang. He's put together a really strong opening 25. Tong Lee sitting in second place with Darby Blackwell with 15 metres left to swim. Also making a bit of a move is Leo Liang. But out in front it is Yi Yang, all in control here as he comes into touch in a 31.44. In second place, Darby. And in third, Lawrence.
Heat 2 underway now of this 12-year-old 50-metre backstroke. Lane 4, Billy Main, using those underwaters to his advantage. He has popped up a body length ahead. His arms are stroking incredibly fast, but can he hold this rate the whole way? He's extending his lead, 15 metres to go. He's got over a body length lead on Hong Hang in lane 5. It is all Billy Main. Long touch onto the wall in a 30.75. Hong Hang in lane 5 in a 32.5.
Our third heat's underway for our boys, 12 years, 50 backstroke, and swimming really strongly through the opening 15 metres is William Zhang. William Zhang continues to lead at that 25-metre mark, and he's got a half body length lead over Emmanuel. With 15 metres left to swim, Williams holding on to his lead ahead of Emmanuel as they go underneath the flags, and down to touch it will be William ahead of Emmanuel, with Jermaine in third.
Underway now, we have the final heat of the men's 12-year-olds 50-metre backstroke. Fairly even start. Miles might be slightly ahead. All of these boys have an entry time of 36, so we'll see whether they can get some PBs today. But lane 4 starting to come through now. Jason Huang is just ahead of Miles in lane 5. Coming in now, just out from the flags, it is still Jason Huang in first, followed by Miles in second. So 36.4 winning time. In the water now, event 221, the girls 13 years 100-metre butterfly. Heat 1 of 4 starting now, and lane 4 looks to have a good start, along with lane 6, Indy Herbert.
So our 13-year-old girls have been putting together some really strong swims across the duration of this meet, and they're looking to stamp their chance to swim another final on our final night of competition and our 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. And through that first 50, it was Zoe Clemenson who led ahead of Amelia, with Indy sitting in third place. And those positions remain the same at the 75-metre mark.
Zoe looking nice and strong in front. She is known for some sprinting. She's great at her 50s, but it looks like she's slightly extending her lead. Coming in under the flags now, she's got a body length on Amelia, and she will touch in a time of 107.49, and Amelia is in second in a 109.48. Heat 2 in the water now, and coming up nice and strong is Jemana in lane 4. She's got a nice relaxed stroke. She is also known for her 50s. She's a great sprinter, but she's also good at these 100-metre distances.
We saw it incredibly close to the 50 fly state record the other night, missing it by just 3/100ths of a second. And she will lead through this opening 50 in a 31.22. Alexandra Henniker sitting in second and Ada Zhang in third. As we make our way down this third 25, Jemana continues to extend that lead. She's looking really smooth and relaxed and comfortable. Those hips are staying up nice and high. That rhythm has remained unchanged as she continues to work towards this wall.
Coming in under the flags, Jemana is still in the lead, and she will touch in a time of 107.3, with Ada Zhijing in second in a 109.33. Heat 3 swimming now. We have a few empty lanes. There is no lane 3 or lane 4. This brings in an opening for tonight's final for some other girls to come up and take some of those top 10 spots.
So through the first 25, it is Amelia Broughton who leads. The battle for second behind is very close between 5 of our athletes. So it will be Amelia who's going to lead Heat 3 around at that 50-metre turn. She turns through in a 32.11. Arabella Chapman sitting in second place and Layla sitting in third.
There's a good turn from Amelia in lane 5, getting a slight lead, but Arabella in lane 1 is also there.
So with 25 metres left to swim, Amelia continues to extend her lead over the rest of the field. Our Western Aquatics Academy swimmer has looked in control of this third heat as she comes underneath the flags and into touch in a time of 109.22. Arabella in second and Layla in third.
We now have our fourth and final heat of this 13-year-old 100-metre butterfly in the water, and it is a good start from lane 5, Nikita Chu. She's got a slight lead over the rest of the field.
But these athletes are neck and neck in this opening 50, with all their entry times within a second of each other. It's no surprise that it's a nice tight race here. Leading through the first 50 metres is Jessica, just ahead of Nikita, with Yolanda Yu sitting in 3rd place.
Nikita stayed underwater for a while off that turn, making sure she can use it to her advantage, gain a slight lead over Jessica, which she did. But coming down with 25 metres to go, it's pretty tight across the whole field.
Entering our final 15 metres of our 4th and final heat for our girls 13 years, 100-metre butterfly. Yolanda's coming really strongly in the last 10 metres, but she's not going to quite get to Nikita, who takes the heat win out ahead of Yolanda, with Jessica in 3rd.
In the water now, we have event 222, the men's 13 years 100-metre butterfly. This is heat 1 of 4. And getting off to the best of the starts in lane 5 is Cooper Scott. He's opened up about half a body length lead by 25, and coming into the first wall, he still has that lead, but Evan in lane 4 isn't too far behind.
We saw Cooper Scott put together a really strong 400-metre individual last night with an attacking butterfly leg, and he's using that butterfly speed really well here in his 100 individual butterfly. And he's holding a body length lead over Evan Yam with 25 metres left to swim. Rain's currently sitting in 3rd place in lane 3, just ahead of Thomas O'Toole. With 10 metres left to swim, it is all Cooper Scott out in front. He's put together a really strong swim here in our opening heat in a 1:02.60. Evan in 2nd, with Rain getting the touch for 3rd.
Heat 2 now in the water. This is our 2nd seeded heat of this event. Lachlan Bull in lane 4, getting a great start. He's nice and relaxed for this first 50, just how you want it to be. You don't want your first 50 to be too hard, because then that second 50 is going to hurt a lot and not be too quick.
So it is Lachlan Bull who leads through this opening 50 in a 30.76. Daniel Mancini sitting in 2nd place, and Alistair Ho in 3rd. Really strong turn there from Alistair has brought him up alongside Lachlan Bull, and those two are neck and neck with 25 metres left to swim, with Max Bailey also joining the party and Daniel Mancini not too far away. So it is going to be a great race to the wall in this final 15 metres here in Heat 2.
Coming in under the flags, it is still Max and Lachlan Bull. Coming into the wall, on the touch, it was Lachlan Bull in a 1:04.9. Max Bailey just behind him in a 1:05.3.
Another great start here in Heat 3 from Ethan Carr. He's been really working those starts and skills fantastic through and he pops up to almost a body length lead through the first 35 metres.
He looks nice and relaxed coming into the wall. He's going to touch in a time of 29.7, which is a very quick first 50. Using those underwaters, he pops up at about 10 metres, still has that lead over the rest of the field.
So as we enter our final 25 here for Heat 3, Ethan continues to hold his lead. Thomas Poppins is now working his way up alongside Jonathan in that battle for second and third in this heat. But out in front, it is all Ethan Carr. A really strong opening 25, a strong middle 50, and he's finished it off really well here in a 103.86, with Thomas Poppins getting the touch ahead of Jonathan for second and third.
Fourth and final heat of event 222 in the water now, and it is a strong start from lane 6, Kingsley Wang. He used those underwaters to his advantage, popped up and got into his rhythm, but the field is evening out now, and it looks like lanes 3 and 4 are also having a nice strong first 50.
So through that first 50, it is Cooper Westwood who leads ahead of Elijah Lamont, with Kingsley Wang sitting in third place. A really strong turn from Cooper Westwood extends his lead over Elijah Lamont as we make our way through to that 75-metre mark. The Zhou Yang 2 in lane 0 now moving into third place.
15 metres left to swim, and it does look like it is lanes 3 and 4 going head to head. But lane 3, Elijah Lamont, seems to have it on the touch in a 107.23, and Cooper Westwood in a 109.08. Diving into the water, we have event 223, the girls 14 years 200 individual medley. This is heat 1 of 4.
And a strong opening 25 from Lucy Ma. She leads just ahead of Saoirse Hafni, with Saoirse continuing to hold that speed in the second 25 of this opening 50. So she will lead through at the 50-metre mark in a 31.74. Moving into second place was Taylor Miller.
We know Lucy Ma is good at her freestyle and her breaststroke. I would say backstroke might not be her greatest strength, but she's still really good at it. But we do have lane 2. Sierra is pulling away in this backstroke leg.
So we know Sierra is a really strong backstroker, and she's using that to her advantage. So she's moved from third into first in the backstroke leg as she makes her way through that 100-metre turn. Lucy Ma sitting in second place, and moving up to third was Adriana David.
Watch out for both the Lucys in lane 4 and 5 in this breaststroke leg. They are both very good breaststrokers and are moving through the field now. Lucy Reed in lane 5. She's coming alongside Adriana here, pulling ahead into second place behind Lucy Ma.
Yeah, so we saw Lucy Reed turn in 5th place. She's already up to second. She's making a little bit of ground on Lucy Ma as our MLC Aquatic teammates are 1 and 2 heading into our breaststroke to freestyle exchange.
On this turn, you can gain a big gap by accelerating off the wall and starting that freestyle early. You've got the other girls will still be in their breaststroke leg when you start your freestyle, so that's the place where you can gain the most of a lead.
And that's exactly what Lucy Marr has done. It's out to a 5-metre lead over Lucy Reed, with the Audriana David sitting in 3rd place. And with 10 metres left to swim, it is Lucy Marr who's comfortable out in front. She comes underneath the flags, so touching a 2:27.96. Lucy Reed in 2nd and Audriana David in 3rd.
Heat 2 now into the water for this 200-metre medley, and it was a great start from Macy Graves in lane 6. She's popped up ahead of the rest of the field. She's got half a body length at the 25.
Yeah, really strong butterfly leg from Macy Graves from Nunawading. Now making a move in this second 25 of the butterfly is Natasha, who's coming along with Arabella Johnson. So they are going to be our 3 leaders, as well as Mia Huang out in lane 0. So those first 4 turn together at the 50-metre mark. And once again, really good underwaters from Maisie Graves. She was in 4th place at the turn. She popped up in the lead, with Mia Huang over in lane 0 also putting together a really strong backstroke leg. So as we make our way down the pool in this backstroke, Mia has moved into the leads ahead of Macy Graves.
And at the 100-metre mark, Mia Huang touches first, followed by Macy Graves into this breaststroke leg.
So through the opening 25 of breaststroke, it is Arabella Johnson who's moving back into contention here. It was the Nunawading teammates that were 1st and 2nd at that 100-metre turn. Macy Graves is holding on to 1st place. Arabella Johnson now in 2nd.
Macy Graves had a great breaststroke leg there, gaining the lead over Mia Huang and accelerating off that wall into the freestyle to gain that lead.
So with 25 metres left to swim, Macy Graves has been leading since the start, and she's putting together a fantastic freestyle leg. Those legs are going non-stop down this final 50, which is great to see as she comes underneath the flags and is going to take our second heat out in a nice 2:28.89, taking off 5 seconds from her personal best time, and a big smile there from Macy at the conclusion of heat 2.
Diving in now is heat 3, the last of our seeded heats for this event. Lane 4 there having a great start. Mackenzie, She's got half a body length lead on the rest of the field after 25 metres. She looks like she's holding that lead, coming into the wall for the touch.
So a really strong butterfly leg from Mackenzie Tobin as she leads through ahead of Sophia Beaton, with Jiyan Jin sitting in third place. So Mackenzie holds that lead at the start of the backstroke leg, but once again, the swimmer on the far side of the pool putting together a really strong opening 100 in a 200 metre individual medley, with Sophia Beaton coming right up alongside Mackenzie in the centre of the pool. So it is our Ballarat Gold athlete and Mackenzie who are going stroke for stroke, with Jiyan Jin down in lane 8 also in contention, and now moving through is Mia Jane Weston.
There's a tough race on in lanes 4 and 5, but it looks like Mia Jane Weston in lane 5 might have the edge on Mackenzie in this breaststroke leg, and looks to be inching ahead with 25 metres swum of this 50 breaststroke. She now has a body length lead on Mackenzie.
So as we move into the last 10 metres of our breaststroke, Mia Jane Weston has taken control of this race. That really strong breaststroke leg has given her a clear advantage over the rest of the field, which are incredibly tightly bunched. Sophia Beaton is holding on to that second place that she's had from the outset. With 35 metres left to swim, the minor places are up for grabs behind Mia Jane Weston, who's put together a fantastic middle part of this individual medley. Our visitor from Marion in South Australia has pulled away from the rest of the field and is going to take out heat 3 in a 2:32.52 as the others come underneath the flags in that effort to get second place. It does go to Amelia Grover, with Mackenzie Tobin in third.
Diving in now is our fourth and final heat of the girls' 14 years 200 individual medley, and it is a great start from Eve Weddle in lane 6, but there's also a great start in lane 2, Sophia Graham. They're pulling away in this butterfly. Coming in under the flags for the first 50, it is still Eve who looks to have the lead. Sophia touches in first on that first turn.
So through that opening 50, Sophia held that slight lead over Eve Waddell, with Pippa Brown close behind. As we move through the 25 metre mark of the backstroke leg, it is Eve and Sophia who are going stroke for stroke, with Pippa Brown sitting just a half body length further behind. So those three have led in this V formation from the start. So as we approach our all-important backstroke to breaststroke turn, Eve Waddell leads just ahead of Sophia Graham. Pippa Brown remains in third place. Starting to make a move at the start of her breaststroke leg is Lydia Hu.
It's still a tight race between Sophia and Eve, the two outside lanes of this heat. But it does look like Sophia Graham is moving through just ahead of Eve in this breaststroke leg. Coming down under the flags for the last 5 metres of the breaststroke leg, and Sophia Graham has pulled away from the rest of the field, and she'll turn in first going into this freestyle leg of the individual medley.
So with 35 metres left to swim, that fantastic breaststroke leg has given Sophia Graham a clear lead, our athlete from Wodonga City. She's going to have to hold off a charge coming in the middle of the pool from Pippa Brown, and Eve Waddell's not to be discounted either. With 5 metres left to swim, it's all tightening up. Pippa Brown is flying home in the centre of the pool and will come underneath the flags and take out our 4th and final heat, ahead of Sophia and Eve in 3rd.
In the water now, event 224, the boys 14 years 200 individual medley. We have heat 1 of 4 in the water, and off to a great start is lane 4.
So it will be Quinn Richards, our 50-metre breaststroke state record holder, who did turn first, but getting the best of the turns is Ishak, and he's moved into the lead in this backstroke leg, with Joshua Chin sitting in 3rd place, just ahead of Michael Yang. So as we go towards that 100-metre turn, Isaac continues to lead ahead of Quinn Richards, with Michael Yang now moving into 3rd place.
Watch out for Quinn Richards on this breaststroke leg. He is known as a great breaststroker, and he's already coming up alongside lane 4, and he's passed him already by 25 metres of this breaststroke leg. Quinn has already passed.
So with 15 metres left to swim in our breaststroke leg, Quinn continues to hold the lead. Michael Yang, another strong breaststroker, has moved into 2nd place. As we make this final turn, those two remain in 1st and 2nd, with Isaac sitting in 3rd place. Those first 3 are comfortably ahead of the field, but now our speed demon, our 50 freestyle state champion, Isaac has blown past Michael and is chasing down Quinn with 15 metres left to swim. They're going stroke for stroke underneath the flags, and it will be Isaac who's now moved out into the lead to take heat number 1 out in a 2:18.71. Quinn in 2nd and Michael in 3rd.
In the water now, we have our 2nd of the seeded heats in this 14-year-old 200 IM. We have a great start from lane 6, Ewan Stubbings. He is up and racing. He's got half a body length on the rest of the field already.
So our visitor from Starplex is going to lead through this opening 50. A strong butterfly leg in a 28.91. Hang Tang Wang sitting in 2nd place, and Joseph in 3rd. We saw Hang Tang earlier in the 100 backstroke heats put together a really strong swim, so it's no surprise to see him move into the lead here through the first 25 metres of our backstroke.
Aiden Tang in lane 8 also coming through in this backstroke leg. But under the flags, it is still Hang Tang Wang in the lead at the 100-metre mark.
So Hang Tang leads ahead of Aiden, and sitting in third place is Ewan Stubbins. But now making a move is Jaden Zeng. So Jaden's moved up from 6th place at the turn to already be in 2nd place 25 metres into this breaststroke. So Hang Tang maintains his lead over his Nuttawading teammate and Jaden Zhang. And now in 3rd place is Joseph, holding off a charge from Arjun in lane 2. But it will be Hang Tang who leads Jaden through into our freestyle leg.
It does look like Hang Tang isn't going at his full pace here, just doing what he needs to get through to the finals tonight. But he is still in the lead, just ahead of Jaden, coming under the 15-metre rope. He's breathing towards him, so he knows where he is and what he has to do to stay ahead. But under the flag, still Hang Tang Wang with Jaden in 2nd. Our 3rd heat of the 14-year-old 200 IM is in the water now, and it is a good start to lane 6, Christopher Lee. He was up and stroking nice and early, but the other boys are starting to catch him now on this second half of the first lap.
So Christopher Lee holding that slight lead as we head into the wall, but a really good finish on that wall from Ashton Wilson. Landed on a full stroke, meant he just got the touch ahead of Christopher Lee, and then sitting in 2nd or 3rd place with Lachlan Harris.
It's pretty even across the whole field for this backstroke leg, but it does look like lane 5 may be stretching out ahead along with lane 3. First onto the wall there was lane 8.
So Broderick leads through that first 100 metres, and the St Kevin's athlete is attacking his breaststroke leg to try and hold on to his lead, but now making his way through in the centre of the pool is Kaito. So Kaito Hirakawa has moved into the lead in this final 15 metres of breaststroke. Head of Ashton Wilson sitting in 2nd place alongside Broderick and Lachlan Harris. Those three are having a really good battle as they turn together, 5 metres behind Kaito.
Kaito has extended his lead here after finishing that breaststroke leg ahead. He now has about 2 body lengths lead coming in with 15 metres to go.
And it looks like Lachlan Harris has second place under control. Coming in under the flags. And Kaito touches first in a 2:19.1. And Lachlan Harris gets second in a 2:22.44. Fourth and final heat underway now in the 200 IM for the boys, 14-year-olds. And it's a good start for lane 4, Austin. He is leading the other two in this heat, Ethan and Sean.
So it is Austin McNaught from Ringwood, who's a half body length clear of Ethan Whitman and Sean Lee. So through the first 50 in a 30.12, popping up and straight into his backstroke, Austin continues to slightly extend his lead over Ethan Whitman, with Sean sitting comfortably in third place. As they've settled down into their rhythm in the backstroke, that body length lead that Austin established in the first 15 metres of this backstroke leg has remained unchanged as we head towards our back to breast turn. So it is Austin McNaught who leads ahead of Ethan Whitman, Sean Lee sitting in third place, and our visitor from Phoenix Aquatic in New Zealand, out of Auckland, has made the big move from third all the way up to first in this opening 25 of breaststroke.
The field has definitely closed up in this breaststroke leg, with Sean Lee now taking the lead and Austin still holding on, but Ethan is overtaking him now. Coming down into the wall, Sean Lee has used that breaststroke leg to his advantage, gaining that lead, and so he's now got a body and a half on the rest of the field going into this freestyle leg.
So absolutely fantastic breaststroke there from Sean Lee. He continues to hold that advantage he had over Austin McNaught and Ethan Whitman. But with 25 metres left to swim here in our fourth and final heat, both Austin and Ethan are trying to chase down Sean out in front, but it will be Sean who holds on to take the heat out in a 2:29.79.
In the water now we have event 225, the girls 15 years 400 metre freestyle. This is heat 1 of 4.
And starting really strongly down in lane 9 is Waylon Tron. She's off to a fast start here in this opening heat. Turns through in a 30.97 with Erika sitting in second place and Hannah Ridstick in third. We've seen some really strong swims from Waylon Tron throughout this 400 freestyle. So it's throughout this meet, so it's no surprise that she's off to a strong start here. Moving through in the centre of the pool is Erika. She's holding on to that second place that she established in the opening 50. Announcing an infraction report for event 124, Heat 2, lane 3. Swimmer not on back immediately prior to the finish of the backstroke section. That's event 124, Heat 2, lane 3. As we move our way through the 150-metre mark here in our opening heat of our girls 15 years 400-metre freestyle, there's Arika who's comfortably taken over control. Whalen's holding on to second place, with Ava now moving into third. So through the 200-metre mark, Arika continues to extend that lead. A nice 33.9 on that 50. Whalen holding on to second place. She started off strongly and she's continuing that momentum, with Ava in third, and also making a strong move in the middle of the pool is Savannah Harrison.
Arika does love to even split these races, but she doesn't look like she's going 100%. She's probably saving something for the finals tonight, doing a nice little heat swim, but she looks nice and comfortable and controlled.
She was comfortably the fastest seed in this heat, having an entry time 8 seconds faster than her next closest competitor, so it's no surprise to see her out in front here in our opening heat of girls 15 years 400 freestyle. But the battle for second place behind is nice and tight. Whalen has finally been overtaken for second place, with Savannah Harrison moving ahead of her, as well as Ava. But Whalen is holding on nice and strong. And fourth place in a 400 heat gives yourself every chance to qualify for a final. As a reminder, the first two seeded are our seeded heats containing our top 20 athletes based on entry times.
Coming into the last 100 metres, Arika's brought in her legs a little bit more. She still looks controlled, and she still has about a 10-metre lead on the next person in this race, Savannah.
A little bit long into that last wall, popping up nice and quickly. Arika continues to lead. That battle for second between Savannah and Ava. Our visitors from South Australia and Tasmania respectively is nice and tight as they enter their final 25s, just ahead of Whalen, who's remaining in fourth place. But out in front and in control is our athlete Thom Surrey Park, as Arika comes into finish in a 4:28.20 and a nice strong heat swim there. Savannah will finish second and Ava in third.
Diving in now is heat 2 of this 400 freestyle. This is the last seeded heat for this event. And off to a good start are the two middle lanes, Kira and Jessica.
So Kira's just getting into a rhythm nice and quickly here in this opening 50 as she makes her way through the turn in a 30.09. Sitting in second place is Madison Brown alongside Jessica Osborne.
Kira loves to take it out fast, and she can hold on, so we'll see what she wants to do for this morning swim. She might decide that all she wants to do is get her pacing right for the first 100 and then start heat swimming after that.
So it is Kira Jess and Jessica Osborne who've had a number of great contests this week who are going to be first and second through the 100-metre mark. With once again, we're seeing some action in the outside lanes. Madison Brown continues to hold down that third place. In the previous heat, we saw Waylin Tron sitting in fourth place from lane 9, giving herself a chance to qualify for the final tonight. Madison Brown has given herself every chance through that opening 100 as well out in lane 0.
Both the two girls in the lead look like they have settled into a nice rhythm. They can keep that going for the next 250 metres.
So we'll see if they're able to maintain those 34-second 50 repeats. If they do, that's on for a nice strong time here in this morning's heat session. We saw 3 athletes in the first heat under that 440 mark, with Waylin also sitting on 440.81. As we make our way through to this 200-metre turn, it is Kira Jess who continues to lead, slipping slightly into that 35-1 there, whereas Jessica Osborne was able to maintain it under that 35-second mark.
It does look like Jessica is closing the gap a little bit in this second half of the race. But we have Kalia enters in lane 6 in a comfortable third position.
So it is our 2 out in front who turn through the 250-metre mark together. Less than half a second separate them, as they've cleared well clear of the rest of the field, who are having a tight battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. And those positions are going to be all important as we chase a spot in the final tonight.
Coming in now for the last turn into the last 100. Jessica has closed that gap. She is splitting slightly faster than Kira. And this time Jessica is breathing towards her so she can see where she is on this lap, whereas Kira will see her on the way back.
So as we make our way with 75 metres left to swim, it is our athlete from Nuttawading, just ahead of our athlete from Marion Swim Club in South Australia. And it does look like Kira's tried to respond once again in this 50 to open up an extended lead ever so slightly. She was under 35 seconds once again. She's trying to bring those legs in a little bit more in this final 50. And she's extended that lead to almost a body length with 15 metres left to swim. That tempo has remained unchanged, just added a little bit more legs in for this final 50. She comes in to take heat 2 out in a 4:31.69 with Jessica sitting in 2nd place.
Touching in 3rd was Kalia enters in a 4:41.24. Diving in now is heat 3 of this 15-year-old girls 400-metre freestyle. And lane 4 has had a great start. Phoebe Scarf has got half a body length on the rest of the field by 25.
So Phoebe's definitely attacking this opening 25 here for our girls 15 years 400 freestyle. She will lead through this 50. 30.94, headed Bethan Chung and Keisha Lockwood. So Phoebe Scarf opened up a body length lead in that opening 50. As our athletes are now settling down into their rhythm, they're going to try and maintain for the remainder of this 400.
Coming into the first turn at this 100-metre mark, Phoebe has taken it out nice and quick with Bethan in second.
So Phoebe continues to extend her lead ever so slightly out in front, with Bethan sitting in second place and Keisha in third. Those three have started to pull away from the rest of the field, with Sorella also going with them. So the top four have a slight advantage as we move through the 150-metre mark, with Phoebe Scarf holding a 2.5 second advantage over Bethan Chung.
Phoebe was splitting in 36s, while the rest of them just entered the 37s for that 50. So we've got Phoebe is pulling away slightly each 50.
So this is the challenge in these 400 freestyle, to be able to maintain that tempo from your second 50 all the way through to the end. That first 50 is always going to be a little bit fast, so we get the dive, you're nice and fresh. Phoebe Scarf turns through the 200-metre mark under the 220. So she's given herself a good chance to set up for a nice personal best time. She had an entry time of 4:49.85. So if she can maintain that rhythm that she's established in this opening 200, she's given herself every chance to swim a personal best, with Bethan sitting in second place and Keisha sitting in third.
Phoebe's still splitting 36s for each lap, with Bethan just over that 37 for that lap. But Phoebe's holding her lead. She's holding her skills off each wall, using that momentum with the wall pushing off to gain even more of a lead.
Yeah, so it's now out to exactly 3 seconds as we head towards that 300-metre turn. Phoebe attacked that opening 50, gained a strong lead, and has continued to remain in control of this heat through the 300-metre mark. That is the first 50 that Bethan has made some ground there. A little bit of a couple of tenths of a second. And moving into third place now is Taryn Alfred over in lane 2. And Taryn is finishing really strong in this final 100.
Taryn had a great third 100, closing that gap that Bethan had built in the first half of this race. But it looks like Phoebe Scarf is still well in control with 50 metres to go.
So as Phoebe moves into her last 50 and tries to increase her tempo, with 25 metres left to swim, she's still chasing down that personal best time of a 4:49.85. She does look like she's going to take a few seconds off that as she heads underneath the false start rope, just under a body length clear of Bethan. And those two are going to be first and second in this heat, with Phoebe taking it out in a 4:45.80.
In the water now is our fourth and final heat of the 15-year-old girls 400-metre freestyle. It's a pretty even start. It looks like lane 4 might be slightly ahead. Sorry, lane 3.
So the challenge for these girls is to try and set that personal best time. And it'd be great if we could see any of them under that 5-minute barrier for the first time. So we're all sitting just over 5 minutes here in heat 4 of the girls 15 years 400-metre freestyle, with Rebecca leading through that opening 50, Scarlett sitting in second and Olivia in third. As we make our way towards the 100-metre turn, it will be Molly who leads, ahead of Rebecca and Scarlett in third place.
Off that turn, it looked like Rebecca had a great underwater and popped up right alongside Molly. But in the swim component, Molly is just inching ahead ever so slightly.
So it is our athlete from the Flyers who continues to lead as we head towards the 150-metre turn. Rebecca and Olivia going stroke for stroke next to each other. With Scarlett Gilmore sitting in fourth place.
Molly used those underwaters on that turn to gain an advantage, and she's got half a body length now on both Rebecca and Olivia, and then Scarlett on the other side of the pool.
So as we head towards the halfway mark in our fourth and final heat of girls 15 years 400-metre freestyle, Molly will maintain her lead and turn through in a 2:29.10. But the margin between all 4 of our athletes in this heat is under 2 seconds. So this all-important third 100 could be the deciding factor and who takes out.
You can see everyone's legs coming in a little bit more in this second half as they're building into it, ready for that last 100 to attack.
So we saw them turn, or Molly turn under that 2:30 mark. So we'll need to see a strong second 200 from our swimmers if they're looking to break that 5-minute barrier, which will be personal best for all of them. Molly continues to hold that almost body length lead, with the other 3 going stroke for stroke down this third 100. You think Rebecca's getting a slight advantage, then Olivia, then it's Scarlett, as they continue to sit on the feet of Molly Kilgrew as we head to the 300-metre turn.
They all still look really relaxed, slightly upping their rate and adding their legs in for this last 100, but they're still keeping their efficiency going.
So with 75 metres left to go, this is the furthest apart our athletes have been throughout this 400, and it's still only a grand total of 2.5 body lengths, with Molly holding on to a 3/4 of a body length lead over Rebecca, who has a half body length lead to Olivia, who's got a body length lead over Scarlett.
Rebecca is closing that gap to Molly on this last 50. She is breathing towards her as well. She can see where she is. She would be seeing her legs, then her hips, and now she is up neck and neck with Molly.
So with 15 metres left to swim, it's Molly from the Flyers, Rebecca from South Gippsland Bass, and it's that long, fast last 100 from Rebecca as she gets in front and takes the heat win ahead of Molly. with Olivia Clark in third.
Underway now, we have our final event for this morning's session, event 226, the boys 15 years, 400 metre freestyle. This is heat 1 of 3.
So Liam Paulson off to a nice strong start. Campbell, swimmer in the centre of the pool. We've seen him put in some really strong performances across all his different events so far at our 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. And he sets the speed really strongly in this opening 50, ahead of Joshua Collins and Ben Haynam.
Liam does all different types of events. You'll see him in the 50s and 100s, all the way up to the 800s and the 1500s. So this is right in the middle for him. And he looks like he is in control early, turning in a 58.5 for that first 100. And he is out to about 2 body length lead over Lee in lane 6.
And that's the speed Liam will need to maintain if he's looking to swim close to his entry time of 4:11.54. So getting out under the minute is a nice positive start as he now makes his way through that 150 metre mark. So a 32.0 on that 50, Lee 32.9, with Joshua Collins sitting on a 34.0. So the challenge now for Liam is to hit those 31 to 32 second repeats if he wants to post a strong time in this morning's heat session.
His legs are up nice and high for this second 100. Coming into the halfway mark, he will turn in a time of 2:03.5. So he's splitting in those 32s for that second 100. And let's see whether he can keep it there or whether he's going to turn it off just a little bit to save energy for tonight.
Sitting in second place is Leif Mosley from South Australia, representing the Marion Swim Club, with Isaac Wren now in third place, having a great battle with Ben on beside him, as well as Joshua Collins on the other side of the pool.
It does look like Liam Paulson has turned it off just a little bit, splitting a 34 on that one, with Leaf splitting 33. So he is now catching Liam, but I think there's a fair distance to go before he catches him.
Yes, he used that speed nicely in that opening 200 to establish a strong lead. And he's still looking very controlled and smooth through this third 100 as he makes his turn with 100 metres to go. And once again, Leif Mosley makes up a little bit of ground on that 50, as now moving into third place is Joshua Collins, Leif's teammate out of Marion Swimming Club.
Leif is catching Liam, but on the way back, Liam will be breathing towards him. So he'll know what he has to do if he wants to stay in front for that last 50 and get on his hand on the wall first.
So Liam Paulson will lead with 50 metres to go, but that margin has continued to reduce in this third and fourth 100. He established a strong lead in the opening 200 and then has maintained his rhythm but kept it quite controlled, with Leif Mosley really working the second half of this race nice and strongly. And Leif's on for a really strong personal best time. Liam is saving in his energy for the final tonight, but Leif's going to drop a huge personal best time as he comes into touch behind Liam, taking off 6 seconds from his entry time there to finish second in Heat 2.
In the water now, we have Heat 2 of the boys 15 years 400 metre freestyle. And off to a great start is Kasai in lane 3. He has half a body length on the rest of the field in this first lap.
Yeah, Kaisei Kojima leads through this opening 50, 28.32. So he's been nice and positive through the 50-metre mark, with Michael Fan sitting in second place and Zondre Hurst in third. So the action through that first 50 is on the far side of the pool.
Lane 3 looks nice and controlled in this first 100, and he's going to turn just over the 1 minute mark in a 1 minute 0.5, followed by Michael Fan in a 1:01.6.
So Ivanhoe swim athlete Kaisei Kojima continues to hold that body length advantage over Michael Fan out of Melbourne Swimming Club in this second 100. The battle behind those two leaders is very tight, with Kento, one of our visitors from Japan, sitting in third place through that first 150 metres. So Kento is one of our athletes from 4 different countries across the world who have joined us at our 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. We have also had athletes from right around Australia, with every single state and territory being represented.
Going into the second half of the race now, and it's still Kaisei Kojima in first place, followed by Michael Fan, but the rest of the field, Kento isn't letting them get too far.
So Kaisei leads through another turn, ever so slightly working to try and extend that lead over Michael, who's also responded, and Kento done the same thing. So clearly this third 100 has been a focus for all these swimmers as they're really trying to accelerate to hold their speed into this second 200.
So Michael and Kento just slightly outsplit Kaisei in that 50, but Kaisei looks like he's just found a little bit more energy coming into this last 100.
Yeah, 0.7 of a second faster on that 50 than the previous one, as he re-extends that lead ahead of Kento, with Michael sitting in third place. Michael and Kento are eyeing each other up down this 50, and also not to be discounted is Samuel Pizzilli swimming out of lane 5.
All the boys now have started using their legs a bit more, started upping that rate. This is the final 100 metres. They're coming down to the final 50 now. And we'll see how far these boys want to push this morning's swim.
So Kaisei Kojima has been swimming incredibly well across these championships and is putting together a really strong heat swim here in Heat 2 of our boys 15 years 400 metre freestyle. Kento flying home in second place, with Samuel also putting together a really strong back half of this 400 to take third in this second heat.
underway now is our final heat for this morning session, heat 3 of the 15-year-old boys 400-metre freestyle, and it is a great strong start from Jesse Pratt in lane 6.
So after our opening 2 heats, which are our seeded heats, the 10th place time is currently sitting in a 4:28.38. So you never know, one of these boys might be able to pull out a big personal best time to challenge for this final. Their first objective might be to just crack that 4:30 barrier for the first time, with our athletes in this 3rd heat having entry times between 4:34 and 4:37.
All these boys look comfortable in this first 100, making sure they're not wasting too much energy, getting too excited too early. But coming into turn first, it is Jesse Pratt in a 1:04.1, followed by Kaylin McGee in a 1:04.6.
So Jesse holds that half a body length lead over the rest of the field, with Marco, Ashton, Kaylin and Oliver sitting right on his hips. And it's starting to tighten up as we approach the 150-metre turn. Jesse Pratt from Furbank Aquastars will continue to lead, but that margin between the entire field is less than a second.
Looks like Jesse got the better of the turns there yet again. The rest of the field sitting on his hips as he tries to extend that lead coming into the halfway point.
So as we move towards this 200-metre turn, Jesse is holding on to his lead, but the mover in this 100 has been Oliver Lezek, moving from 4th place up to 2nd place and coming up alongside Jesse to start this 3rd 100.
Jesse's breathing towards the rest of the field, going down the pool this way so he can see where they all are. He can see who's making the moves now, and he needs to either respond or he can hold off a little bit longer and wait for that last 100.
So we've seen Oliver Lesick putting together some really good swims across this meet, and he's continuing to do the same thing here as he moves up alongside Jesse Pratt through the 250-metre mark. Those two have a body length lead over Marco French sitting in 3rd place, just ahead of Kaylin McGee and Ashton Clements.
Looks like Oliver has overtaken that lead from Jesse coming into the final 100 metres. We'll see how much both these boys have left in the tank and how much they're going to push it.
So Jesse did manage to respond there to just hold off Oliver, but once again Oliver's turn was a little bit stronger than Jesse. He's popped up to the lead in this final 100. Marco has now moved into 3rd place, just ahead of Ashton, with Kaylin sitting in 4th place or 5th place in this heat.
With 50 metres to go, it is Oliver ahead of Jesse. Jesse's just dropped back slightly, splitting a little bit slower. He might have used a bit too much energy in that first half of the race.
It has been a really well-constructed swim from Oliver Lesick and maintained that tempo throughout. As we've seen in a number of his races this meet, he's finished really strongly, and he's doing that once again, and he's going to take out our final heat of the morning of the boys. 15 years, 400-metre freestyle, a 4:30.33. Jesse holds on for 2nd, and Ashton Clements in 3rd. And that concludes our final heat session of our 2025-2026 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. We look forward to you joining us for one more final session, which is full of fantastic action at 5 p.m. this evening. But for now, goodbye.
We have 3 suspects flying cars over the faces.